Okay, we actually called this meeting to order a half an hour ago, and we had our executive session, but now we're back here in open session. And as usual, we're going to start our meeting with hearing from anyone that would like to talk to us for up to 3 minutes. And what I usually say at this point is that it's key that we hear from people because, you know, otherwise we're just talking amongst ourselves and not really representing the town. And on the other hand, we have a long and hefty agenda, so we keep things to 3 minutes. Dean has a yellow card that he holds up when you got a minute left, and a red card when your 3 minutes is up, and then it's my job to have you stop. So let's go ahead. Are there resident concerns?
Hi, I'm Tara from Mass Ave, and so I would like to be able to speak on the number 12 topic about the MBTA zoning before you make any decisions. I know a lot of times you guys start making decisions informally about, like, do you feel about this and that? So the decision's already made before you hear from us. So I was hoping that you could hear from us before then. Thank you.
I was expecting to accept public comment for that.
I meant before you start making consensus decisions, so that the decision's already made.
Right, we're going to hear from select board, like usual, we're going to hear from select board members,
Okay.
and then hear from the public.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there other resident concerns? Okay, and there's one online. Matt, or whoever's monitoring the line, let's let the public speak.
Of course, Mr. Chair. This is Funaiole. Franny, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I was going to come to your last meeting, but it was early in the morning, after a late night. So I came this time, but I'm hoping to get on the agenda on this topic at our next meeting, perhaps, after talking to Jim and Snyder Grant, the chair, and John Mangiarotti about our new newspaper in town. We wanted to come more formally to the select board to tell you and thus everybody about the new newspaper. So I just thought I would take just a minute now just to remind you that it is here. The Acton Exchange started putting out material in May of 2023. We had a new website in November of 2023, and we have a brand new professionally designed website as of about 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we have I think we have our third issue on that new web. I don't have any doubt that everyone in town sees the importance of having a town newspaper. So welcome to peruse it, and we will talk a little bit more about it if we are on the agenda at a future meeting. It's just very exciting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Franny. And I'm happy to report that there's an Acton Exchange reporter right in this very room. So thanks.
So may I just say that we should name the person here? So Mr. Tom Beals has been at our meetings now for months, maybe 4 months. He's here every meeting. He stays after 11 when we're here after 11. So thank you, Tom Beals, for being here all the time.
Any additional resident concerns? No, okay. This next part of the meeting, item 2, is called Chair Update, Town Manager Update, and Members Minute. So let me look at my notes and see what I got here. So this is our last agenda before town meeting. We did schedule a special meeting for May 1st in case the override doesn't pass and we have to scramble to, sort of redo the motions for town meeting and, just sort of strategize. But that meeting will get canceled if the override passes. Which is also an opportunity for me to remind everybody that tomorrow is the election from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Please get yourself there and vote if you can vote. If you're already sure you're going to vote, try to find some other people to get voting. This is one of the big decisions we make. We haven't had an operating override on the ballot in 20 years. So we need to hear from people. What else? A small thing. Item 17, which is accepting a disclosure by a non-elected municipal employee. I'm going to move that off of consent and handle it as the last piece of new and special business, because that actually requires a little bit of discussion. And if there's any other thing that needs to come off of consent, we'll figure that out when we get to consent. But I just wanted to call that one out right away. That's all I got. Mr. Manager?
I yield my time to Assistant Town Manager Tom Bejan.
All right.
Thank you very much. Just want to echo what you had just said, Mr. Chair, that the election is tomorrow, and encourage residents to vote early or vote whenever they have an opportunity. It is 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., like you had mentioned. Additionally, in front of you, you'll see a document that's called the Popular Annual Financial Report, which is put together by our finance team. This year, Ellie Anderson from the finance office led the way. Did a fantastic job with it. If you have any questions, let us know. That's an annual occurrence, and that's for FY23. And then the last item, next week is annual town meeting. Reminding everybody that it begins Monday, the 6th, and runs to Tuesday, the 7th, begins at 7, but we encourage people to arrive early so that you can receive all your background information. Shuttle buses will begin at 5:30. So bring some coffee, and we'll see you there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but don't try to bring the coffee into the auditorium, because that would not be okay. Thank you. Okay, members might have things to say. Dean?
Yes, I have 3 items. First, the Acton Garden Club is going to be dedicating the new garden in the front ellipse this Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. And there's going to be a reception up here in the Faulkner Room afterwards. The Garden Club's been quite a fixture here in town for all those years, and we're very much indebted to all their hard work, so certainly like to congratulate them. Second item request, and to my colleagues on the board, if you can go into the town's website and check the list, the member list of all of the committees that you are liaisons to, and check those for names missing or people that have moved off those lists. I know the Acton 250 committee, we have 4 members that have not been listed ever. I've made numerous requests to have those names added, and so far that hasn't happened. Mine being one of them, but probably the least important. But I suspect perusing through the website, I've seen a few other suspicious names that I think of folks that are no longer there. So I'm sure that the IT department and the town manager would welcome your input. Lastly, McGovern Auto Group, their operation at 196 Great Road. As you might remember, last summer when we were debating their site plan for their new location up at Nagog Woods, it came up that they had repeatedly violated their site plan for their 196 Great Road location, with parking vehicles all over the landscaped area. In fact, some of the vehicles probably aren't even on their property. They probably were actually within the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. We kind of beat them with a stick about that. They agreed they wouldn't do it. We put some physical restraints in place for their new location to make sure it didn't happen. 2 weeks ago, I walked down Bruce Freeman Rail Trail and found that the vehicles were all parked all over the landscaped areas once again. So I contacted our zoning enforcement officer. She contacted them. They did move them back, and as of yesterday, they were back in their proper homes. A couple of thoughts. Integrity is when you do the right thing, even when people aren't looking. And I'm pretty much at my wit's end with McGovern that they, comply until they think they can get away with it, and then they go back to their usual modus operandi. And I intend to probably go down there once a week to check to make sure that they're still complying. Later on this year, we're going to be we renew all the licenses. And my intention is that I will move to hold their auto dealer license for 196 Great Road, unless I make sure that there are some physical restraints put in place to make sure that this stops happening. And I would suggest that we probably should call in the McGovern folks right after town meeting and appraise them of this. There's just no excuse for this. They're thumbing their noses at us. And I know everybody here on the board took a lot of heat to allow that site plan. And, I think it's a slap in the face. So hopefully that'll be something for the newly constituted board after town meeting to deal with. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. Other members? Fran?
I'm sad to announce that Pat Hearn has bid farewell to the Agricultural Committee. He's going to start his own farm. Pat has been a member of AgCom for 3.5 years and was instrumental in bringing forth AgCom's agricultural plan and goal agreement. You can check that out online or in DocuShare. Hopefully AgCom might come here and present it to the select board, and we can make it a part of our new community plan. He will be missed, but I wanted to wish him the best of luck along with the select board on his new venture.
Thank you, Fran. Alyssa?
Thank you. Everyone is already announcing mine, like the garden club. I saw them mulching the ellipse garden and it looks fantastic. So I did want to give a shout out to the garden club and also to Acton Exchange, which you heard about from Franny. I did discover that they have a subscribe button. So if you go on the actonexchange.org website, you can click to subscribe and you'll get an email once a week with everything that has been published in the past week. And I am just so proud of that group of volunteers for the effort that went into creating such a phenomenal news source. And I hope that they're going to have a birthday party because I guess they got started a year ago. I also want to give a shout out to the Memorial Library staff and trustees and friends of the Acton Library for a second annual Holy celebration that happened on Saturday. They had at least 300 people, and there was color play, music, food, and dancing. And the town manager arrived for a little while, and I got to throw color at him, which was a lot of fun. And then, let's see, I guess a couple of you have already mentioned that the election is tomorrow, so I also wanted to encourage everyone to go and vote. It is at the R.J. Gray Junior High for all voters. And I also wanted to take the opportunity to mention that the town budget without the override represents $2.6 million in cuts. The school budget without an override represents $9 million in cuts. So $12 million in cuts will result in noticeable declines in services and quality of services. This is very real. I wanted to also remind the board and also apprise the public that we did receive dozens and dozens of emails requesting full funding of the schools. That amount was not something that we could consider because that budget gap, that budget shortfall was too great. It would have had a really negative impact on taxpayers. So significant compromise has been made to bring that override amount to as low as possible to avoid serious harm to the town services and the quality of the schools. A lot of capital projects, facilities and infrastructure needs are not included in the budget. Those may cost more because they're deferred to the future. the lower services in FY '25 next year that would result with the override failing would still create a shortfall for budgeting in FY '26. So we need to pass the override now and address the structural changes to find cost savings in the coming months, in the near term. So encourage everybody to get out and vote tomorrow.
Thank you. David?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that in addition, I think it's already been mentioned that in addition to the election tomorrow, town meeting is in 2 weeks. And so 1 week. 1 week, sorry. And so there's no more regular select board meetings before that. We have a couple possibilities of special ones. But I also wanted to say that for town meeting, most of the warrant articles have preview presentations in ActonTV. And so you can go see those. And if you want to get some background on the warrant articles, you can find it there.
Thank you. That's the end of that agenda item. Now we're going to go to a couple of public hearings. I got a special piece of paper for these. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws that the Select Board will hold a hearing in the Francis Faulkner Room, 204 in the Acton Town Hall, right here, and virtually, on the application of Eve and Murray's DBA Silver Girl for an all-alcoholic beverage license located at 251 Arlington Street, Acton, Mass. It could be that someone is here from Silver Girl to tell us about it. Hey, come on up, at least one of you, if not both of you. You got a choice of, you got microphone there, or you got a microphone at the podium. You can press a little button there, and then we can hear you.
We were wondering how this would work.
Yeah, we'll talk you through it. It's all yours. Tell us about this cool thing you're doing.
Yeah, do you want to go first? All right, so, hi.
I have to do this thing
yes.
where you need to talk like right into the microphone,
Okay.
even if it's going to suppress your normal interest in moving around a lot. Just go for it.
All right, hi, I'm Dawn Aguiar, Eve, and this is Tamara Murray Deluzio. We own the cheese shop Eve and Murray's in West Acton, and we are opening a restaurant also in West Acton called Silver Girl, hopefully to open this fall, and it will be a restaurant that will have cocktails and small plates at dinner time, also our lunch with our grilled cheese and mac and cheese, and then brunch on the weekends.
Thank you. And all those things would be so much more delicious with the right kind of beer or wine or all alcoholic beverages. So
Correct.
that's why you're applying for a license with us for that.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great. There might be questions or comments from board members? Alyssa?
I don't have any questions. I just want to tell you both that I'm thrilled that you are taking on this endeavor. Eve and Murray's is one of my favorite places to eat lunch. My kids were there today getting sandwiches for lunch. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
David?
Yes, also congratulations. Will you be coming back for our common vittler's license?
Yes.
Lisa is saying yes.
Yes. Yes, I think that's one of the ones that I haven't filled out yet. We have, we did the first business license and the restaurant license that the Board of Health has signed off on, and then common victualers would be next.
Perfect. I look forward to your opening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board members?
I just wanted to wish you congrats too. And I was curious how you came up with the name.
That's you.
So, we were wondering what to do for a name, if we were going to do like Even Murray's 2, Even Murray's Kitchen. We wanted it to be something that came about kind of organically. And one night, after we closed, we were cleaning. I was merchandising, and Dawn was doing dishes, and Bridge Over Troubled Water came on. And the verse came, sail on, Silver Girl, sail on by, your time has come to shine, all your dreams are on their way. And I said, oh my God, that's it. That's the name. And Dawn came into the doorway with, suds all over her gloves. And she's like, Silver Girl? I'm like, Silver Girl, that's it. So there it is. Thank you so much.
This is a public hearing, so there might be questions or comments from the public. Yeah.
Mary Price Maddox, I'm a longtime resident at 252 Arlington Street. So welcome to the neighborhood, but I did want to express a little concern over potential for live music with a liquor license and with residences so close. And a school teacher who has to get up really early.
Thank you. So to address that, we understand that there have been restaurants there for quite a long time, just not in very recent, the last few years, but before that there was Savory Lane and I think something Local Kitchen or something that had music there. Our intent is, it's not a large space, it's only a 50-seat restaurant. Our intent is to, on the weekends, to have a small, like duos or trio jazz band or like singers, but not loud rock bands.
Along those lines, I used to live next to her, Christy Anderson, 460 Main Street. While there was music there, it was along the lines you were talking. It was quiet, the windows were rarely open, we never heard it. Would you be willing to make some sort of a commitment, or is there a town guideline to how late the music would be played?
I think there is a town guideline.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all. Welcome to the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Not hearing any more comments, I'd be happy to entertain a motion to approve this common vittler's license. Approve the all alcoholic beverage license.
I move to close the public hearing.
Even better. Let's close the public hearing first.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, that's all of us. Okay, public hearing's closed. We're not going to take any more information. We're going to have to make this decision all on our own. Is there a motion to approve the all alcoholic beverage license?
I move to approve the all alcoholic beverage license for Even Murray's LLC at 251 Arlington Street in Acton.
Second.
Okay, is there any more discussion?
Along the lines of the public comment, will, in addition to the vittler's license, will we also need to have them come for an entertainment license? Lisa's saying yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So there'll be another opportunity for an entertainment license hearing where we can hear more comments about, hours and volume and all that sort of thing. Okay, where were we? We had a motion and a second, and we were just we got a comment on that, and now we're going to check. All those in favor of the all alcoholic license, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes. That's unanimous. You got it. One license down, a few more to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the next item. It's another hearing. Those of you who are fans of select board meetings will note that once a year, we usually have a huge set of licenses that are being renewed. But sometimes some businesses miss the deadlines and they get their own little special hearing. But I think that's all I need to say. The actual notice of hearing is that under MGL 140, Section 58, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on April 29th, 2024 at 7:20 PM in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room and online for a Class II auto dealer's license for Advanced Auto Sciences Incorporated located at 140 Great Road, Acton, for on-site sales and storage of up to 26 vehicles. So as I said before, this is a business that's already in place. It's already been doing this, but we do need to renew these licenses once a year. There might be questions or comments from the board members? No? Okay, there might be questions or comments from the public, or even from Advanced Auto Sciences. No? Come on up. Yeah, you got the routine, that's the button. Hi.
Hi, I'm Jason Williford. I'm the owner in Advanced Auto Sciences. Took over a couple years ago from the previous owner that established it in 1999. I'm new with all the licensing stuff. I lapsed, just trying to get it back. I never have 26 cars for sale on the lot. I just like to have the license available to help out customers find cars. So yeah, just trying to renew that.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the select board? No? Seems like we'd be ready to close the hearing. Is there a motion about that?
So moved?
Second.
And seconded. Okay, so the hearing's been closed, and now we could Oh, yes, we absolutely do. So all those in favor of closing the hearing, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, and now I would entertain a motion to approve this license. Go ahead, David.
I move to approve a Class 2 auto dealer's license to Advanced Auto Science at 140 Great Road.
Second.
Any more comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor, please say yes or aye. Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
That's unanimous as well. You are relicensed. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now we're on to item 5, introduction of Director of Health and Family Services, Penelope Funaiole. John, why don't you, or Tom, whoever's doing this, why don't you introduce us?
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm very pleased to introduce, some of you may have already met Penny, but I'm introduce to her formally. Penny is our Director of Health and Family Services, and she oversees the Health and Human Services Department, and she's off to a great start. And I welcome Penny, and it's all yours.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for hiring me. I really love this job. I'm very excited about it. So I've been here almost 2 months, as John said, and I'm a fast person, so I keep trying to get to 6-month milestones, and I need to slow down a little bit, but I'm getting the lay of the land. I've had the opportunity to go to multiple Board of Health meetings and to the Human Service Committee meetings, and I'll continue to maintain all of that and work with each committee and board to do the work of those boards. I'm working with all of our staff. I'm meeting with everybody on a regular basis so that I'm clearly understanding what their jobs are, but also helping them explore ways to expand and grow what they're all doing. I'm someone who's highly focused on data, hence my love of public health. So we will be hopefully sweeping and moving much faster towards a lot of a community needs assessment. I think that needs to be done. We'll be working with Emerson Hospital, see what kind of data they're gathering. I'll look to the schools to talk to them. But we as a team have already started to look at some existing data and to kind of take an audit of that. And I think that once that gets cooking and I'm able to report back what we're finding, I think we'll have a great conversation when that comes around. I don't anticipate that being completed probably until January. It will take some time to get that rolling and going. And by the way, what that really means is right, using that hard data that you get in the surveys and the analytics from the state and all that stuff, but it's also a lot of focus group, a lot of one-on-one interviews, a lot of listening sessions, hearing from the public on specific topics, really understanding what is the experience of the Actonian. I heard that from somebody at a meeting the other day. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. And I'm coming here to you from 15 years of service, and I absolutely loved every minute of it from the city of Medford. So I'm also learning how a town works instead of a city. So that's probably one of the bigger learning curves for me has been, I'm like, wait a minute, how's that work? So I'm getting acclimated to it. I think I'm starting to pick it up, and it's very exciting. And I think what's really exciting about it is it's like everybody really is involved in the government, and that is really, really cool. And it's probably a little more complicated, but I like complex things, so I'm excited. So that's me.
It's so great to have you here. Let me just ask a couple of easy questions just to get myself oriented. Where is your office? Where are you?
I have 2 offices.
Great.
Yeah, so I think it's really critical that the health department, the environmental health side really stays connected to the land use. That's their day-to-day colleagues. So I'm sitting here in Town Hall Mondays, Wednesdays, half-day Tuesday, and then half-day on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm over at the 30 Sudbury building. So I'm able to be connected to both teams, which I really like. And then I just had last week, we had a team meeting with Matt came from the health department, and I met with the other department heads. And that, I think that'll be a consistent conversation, so.
Great. Really looking forward to what gets to happen once these, these different departments are coordinated under your leadership. The other question I had before I turn it to the rest of the select board is, I noticed that I actually hesitated before I said your name, so you have an opportunity now to teach us exactly how to pronounce your name.
So just to be clear, you pronounced it absolutely correctly. I'm going to butcher it the way that we say it, which is Funaiole. So, it's, we like to emphasize the funny part, keep life happy, so.
Funaiole.
Yeah.
Funaiole. Okay, great. Thank you. There might be questions from other board members or comments or whatever. Alyssa.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm really excited to see so much enthusiasm and excitement for learning about how the town operates. And I'm really, really excited to hear that you're going to be conducting community needs assessment and gathering data. I think that will be really useful for everybody to set some goals and priorities moving forward. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
David.
Hi and welcome. I'll note that the town manager only has 1 office. I'd just like to maybe give you a chance to tell the public the groups that are in your department, just so everybody knows.
Yeah. So the health department in the land use, so we're doing all of the septic and the pools and the camps and all that stuff is hot right now. The Council on Aging, the Community Resource Department, Acton Nursing Service, and the Veterans Officer. Thanks.
Alyssa has another.
So that just made me think of a question. Do you anticipate, or could you describe, if it's happening already, any coordination with the Youth and Family Services Division in the Police Department?
Yes, I've already met with Beth. And then in addition to that, I've met with the chief a couple different times. We're a part of a group that's working on an anti-racist strategic plan for the town. So that's really exciting. I've met with him a couple different times. But yeah, we're already having conversations about coordination. My vision is to really coming from Medford, I instituted a hub model where we worked with all of our local providers to address immediate community needs, crisis level. And so I'd like to continue to work towards that in addition to working with the police and the schools around primary prevention of substance use and to supportive services for mental health. And that's my background, so I'm not gonna let that go.
We're so happy you're here.
Thank you.
Welcome, Penny. And I had the pleasure of meeting Penny at a Human Services Committee meeting, and I look forward to working with you in that regard. So, thank you.
I'm excited about it.
She has so much energy.
Yes, welcome. I serve as the Select Board's liaison to the Council on Aging, and certainly I'm sure that we all look forward to dealing with you. And as you know, the senior population is increasing rapidly in Acton. And at the same time, the present lease for the existing senior center is getting close to expiration, so we need to make some decisions on that. So I look forward to your input on that whole process.
I'm excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
Well, great. Thank you so much for coming here and introducing yourself. Since you're coming to a city, to a town, so this is the select board.
Yes.
Yeah. we're odd, but we're here. And John works for us, and we work for the people of Acton.
That's great. Thank you. And it's I can't tell you like how impressive it is. You all are working so hard. There's a lot of stuff that happens in this town, so yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for being here.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, now we're on to the next agenda item. And this is called Presentation of Finance Committee's FY 2025 Point of View. And Christie, who is the chair of the Finance Committee, is going to explain to us what that is and then tell us what the point of view is.
Thank you for having me. It's been a crazy year, as you all know, with the override. Normally, we would have presented this, written it and presented it much earlier in the process, ahead of budget planning, in the hopes that we could provide some guidance. How's this? Oh, hey, that's a lot better. In hopes that we could provide guidance on the budgetary planning. Didn't quite work out that way this way on timing. So this point of view is going to be a little different from ones you've seen before, and because we're so close to the vote, I'm going to skip through some of this entirely just to educate the public. I know you all know about this at this point in time. Next slide, please. High-level overview. Even without an override and with all the cuts necessary if the override does not pass, spending will outpace revenue in fiscal year 2025. If we don't pass one now, we will need one coming up. No turnbacks are projected for this year, so we will not see any increase in reserves to help us. The same is true for the school side. We, meanwhile, have an expensive 5-year forecast for capital projects required. And unfortunately, the same sort of pain that's hitting the town is hitting our taxpayers. So people have real concerns about what they're spending. And then we'll provide a little more information about the operational override process. Our revenues are limited, as many of you know, by Proposition 2.5. That is a 2.5% increase on the previous year's revenue plus, this is hand wavy, there are more details in here. And I'd be happy to direct anyone towards a wonderful video the League of Women Voters put together about it. But 2.5 plus growth means that we can generally raise taxes by 3% every year without having to go to the voters for an override like we do this year. That is insufficient to keep up with how expenses have gone up. Next slide, please. This is the projection if we have the override. That's why there's the big bump between fiscal year 24 and 25 in the yellow revenue line. Getting up to that green line, reaching the, where it says, that tall fiscal year 25 line is to cover all of the expenses we need. What's important here is if you look at the projected shortfalls going forward, we still need to, that's a good way to say this. We have shortfalls projecting out every year. Those numbers are ones that we can deal with. If you look at any of the ALG models and any of the warrants in the past, you will see shortfalls. You could please go to the next slide. This is if the override doesn't happen. There will be cuts to make this budget balance. And when you look at the $2.8 million in fiscal year 26, there will need to be additional cuts to meet that level. Put another way, if you don't believe that we need the override right now, we will need one next year regardless. This has been coming. This year has just been pushed by such a very large, sudden need relative to healthcare costs and some mandated costs for the school system. Next, please. I'm going to skip the next 2 slides. And this one. We are currently in a good position relative to our available savings is kind of a good way to think of it, our reserves. The school is not. Our good position means that the town is able to spend a fair amount of that free cash reserves this year to help blunt the blow of the override necessary. Unfortunately, the lack of turnbacks I mentioned earlier means that that will not be getting replenished. So we're going to have to keep a really close eye on this money. The school, however, is not in a good position at all and will not be using any of their reserves called E&D, which we are very happy about because in the previous years they have been balancing the budgets with that money. Next slide, please. Don't worry that you can't read this slide. This is merely to give an example based on the capital improvement plan of the many capital projects that are indicated as needing to be done in the upcoming years. Many of these are priorities for the select board, but have not been chosen this year to help meet the budget that we need. You might have heard a much larger initial override request than we actually came down to. Many things had to be cut from places like this in order to get to the level. I want to be clear to people, the override number that we are voting on tomorrow, and if that passes again at town meeting, includes cuts. This is not a free-for-all town and schools asking and getting everything they want. The whole process has been very detailed to try to keep this as potentially affordable, as ideally affordable as possible. If the override does not pass, this is a great big list of things that need to happen, cannot be put off forever, important things. So again, an override is going to have to happen soon because we can't keep kicking this can down the road. Next slide, please. To get you, the taxing bodies, in a mindset around future expenses, this is a chart of our current debt exclusion service. The big blue bar is the Boardwalk campus that we added recently. You'll see in fiscal year 29, the total debt we have is about to drop off to, with that added, be around the level it was before we added that in, which was part of our discussion with the citizens when that project was added. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, what you'll see coming soon is that we have the need of a new DPW project, which is going to push that back up to a higher level. Of course, we couldn't have predicted that at the time that we made those statements about there being the Boardwalk campus being such a large loan, but it is something we need to keep in mind, especially as we look to do other projects. This especially comes up from the Finance Committee's point of view, in that we would very much like to see going forward a significant focus on cost analysis, ideally with an eye towards cost cutting. As you might have heard me say in other contexts, operational overrides can be a really good thing. They require the town to come together as a family and look at our budget and decide if the money we are spending is in line with both what we can afford and where our ideals are. I find sometimes my ideals do not line up, unfortunately, with my wallet is. This is a real opportunity for us to have a public discussion, which has been rushed through. Ideally would have happened and normally would have happened with more lead up to the override. We strongly hope that if the override does pass at the ballot box tomorrow and the related budgets pass at town meeting, that those cost cuts will still be analyzed, that there still will be that public discussion, that there isn't simply move on to the next thing, because we all do have a lot to do, but we think this is a very important community process that needs to happen regardless. Next slide, please. We can skip this one. Tax bills are going up about $500 a year, just to keep that in mind. This is what it would be before the override. This is what it would have been. If the override doesn't pass, this is still ballpark what we're getting. Next slide, please. And here is where we point out to everyone who decides to spend money on things that the same stuff that's been hitting the town has also been hitting people's wallets. Supposedly inflation is down, but it really doesn't feel that way when you go fill your shopping cart. And I can tell you when I pay my gas bill for heating, it's been extremely painful. In addition to general everyday expenses, we have expenses coming relative to the water district's mitigation of PFAS. While that is something everyone has to pay for, it doesn't specifically come out of our tax bill, so it's not necessarily on the radar here. And for people on the sewer, it looks like there are facility upgrades that will need to happen there. So that's another, just bringing everything together in our minds in one place, another expense coming. Next slide, please. Looking at this. This shows you basically that before any of this year's unexpected large increases happened, I mentioned about healthcare, mandated expenses, et cetera, we were in the hole. That's a gap that maybe could be closed this year. That wouldn't have been closable next year, which is why we had the initial expectation of there needing to be an override. So we really were looking at one regardless. Next slide, please. Perfect. For people listening out there, the town and the schools have done a very good job pushing off our need to have this override. In the last 2 years, a variety of cuts have been made or positions not filled, things you wouldn't necessarily notice. School district admins, you talk to students right now, they'll tell you that they're really feeling the cut with assistance, et cetera. But the town and the schools have shielded us so well from knowing what we haven't gotten and how they've moved all the chess pieces around. Our town manager is very good about moving staffing around to get exactly where it needs to be, combining positions, et cetera, that I think the populace doesn't know how much work has been done to push this off. So it, I suspect, seems even more sudden than it would have otherwise. Next, please. So the Finance Committee supports the operational override of $6.6 million. This gives us the money to get through the current crisis and with a little extra to help us handle where things end up. Some of these expenses, like the state-mandated out-of-district tuition for special ed, are set to jump another tranche again and just can't be predicted. It depends on how many kids come in to school. So that little bit of buffer really is necessary. Again, we recommend a creation of task force. These have been done in the past. I don't know the exact format of them, so I recommend we look to people who've been around this block before. But getting people to look at what our expenses are, look at best practices in those regards, and discuss all of that going forward would be very, very helpful. Next slide, please. Yep, that's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. And just stick around for a minute. You invited questions. There might be comments or questions from board members. And as we noted before, one of the things that the override process has done is driven more conversations between the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Not enough. We still need more, but it's been a nice beginning. So I'm looking forward to this next little part as another chance to continue that conversation. There might be statements or questions from board members about the Finance Committee point of view. Alyssa?
Thank you for coming in and presenting this again. I do appreciate that you've described the normal process for anticipating an override as being having these discussions and cost analysis prior. And then that couldn't happen this year because of the increases to health insurance and special education, transportation, and other increases, pensions. So I guess I just wanted to affirm the request from the Finance Committee that this cost analysis does need to come in conjunction with an override. And I think that it needs to be a select board short-term goal and a pretty high one at that. So I just want to offer that as we enter into our goal-setting process in a couple of months, because we're going to need to have staff focus on this. And I think in the slide, it says members of the school committee, members of the select board, members of the finance committee. That sounds a lot like Acton Leadership Group. And so I would offer that we might want to consider it not being a twin of Acton Leadership Group, and maybe tagging people in the community who have served on the finance committee in the past, or select board in the past, or other folks that have, maybe they've never served on a board or committee, but they have the financial acumen to help us with this.
May I respond?
Please.
Yes, I entirely agree. It is not something that should be done by the Acton Leadership Group. And it maybe should be a variety of committees. You don't want the school committee telling the town what sort of cuts it needs to make, or the town telling the school committee, but you do want discussion between the various committees, and I think involving people who are not specifically part of a committee or a board would be very beneficial.
Other board members with comments or questions? I'll add this, that when we started going into this process, we knew that we were balancing pain levels, not just between the schools and the town, but, with residents, looking at their tax bills. I think we've come down in the right place. We'll know more, we'll know a lot more tomorrow. And the other piece that reminds me of is that, so our tax system, defined by the state, has some flaws in it. And we purposefully try to compensate for some of those flaws by having, a series of ways for people to reduce their taxes. And I encourage everyone who's feeling the pain of this coming override to remember that on July 1st, you can go to the town hall and get help. There's a team standing by ready to talk you through all the options. Delaying taxes and paying them later based on the value of your house. The senior work program, which allows people to earn money that reduces their taxes, and just simple tax reductions. We've taken every inch that the state flexibility allows us and try to turn it into a workable program. So, and it's not, these programs are not taken, are not subscribed to enough. They're not doing the full work that they can be doing about making the pain of our tax system especially hard especially for people who are, living in larger houses that are now larger than they need, or people of low and moderate income who either own houses or, it's not. We need more people to apply to these systems. They're there for a purpose. They're there for a policy purpose. So I just want to encourage anyone who's to go ahead and put July 1st on their calendar and get to town hall then. Thanks. Well, we'll be talking again later tonight. You're on the agenda later. Okay, that was item 6. Now we're on to item 7. Approve resolution and approve letter from Select Board to Governor opposing hangar expansion at Hanscom Airfield. The last time we talked about this, we sent Fran off to talk to people in the public and come back with ideas, and she's back. So we had a couple things in our packet that Fran can explain to us.
I'm going to read my thoughts. November 2023 was the last conversation the Select Board had about the Hanscom expansion letter. Now that the draft Now that the draft environmental impact report was published late March of this year, I'm putting before my fellow Select Board members a letter to Governor Maura Healey to take a closer look at the draft environmental impact report for the proposed Hanscom Airfield expansion. There were some inconsistencies in the DEIR that are included in the letter, such as the report only analyzes aircraft during takeoff and landing at the airport, greenhouse gas GHG emissions data for aircrafts in flights above 3,000 feet should be analyzed and included. Another inconsistency is by providing new hangar space for jets, the project proponent encourages new private jet purchases, increased flights, and more emissions. This is induced demand. The project proponent must analyze how flights will increase due to the expansion in a revised DEIR. DEIR. I hope the Select Board will approve the signing of the letter and/or the resolution so that the town of Acton can support our neighbors of Lexington, Lincoln, Bedford, and Concord in the conversation of why a Hanscom Airfield expansion is not prudent at this time, or any time really. We have constituents here tonight to speak to some of the questions that were raised when we last spoke about this in November.
Thanks, Fran. So the way we're going to structure this is we're going to hear questions and comments from the Select Board, and then we're going to hear comments from the public with our usual 3-minute limit. And then we'll see where we're at that point, whether there are motions to be made in support of either the resolution or the letter. So who would like to start? David.
Thank you, Fran, for putting together this draft. I really appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions on the draft. There's one part in the second paragraph where it says this private project does not benefit the public, et cetera. And then it says, during these tough economic times, it's difficult to do this with budget cuts, et cetera. So I just wanted to clarify, is this a private project that's getting public money? Those two sentences together make me think that this says this is a private project which is getting public money. Is that a true statement?
So it's public land and it is a private project through Massport. It would be leased through Massport, I believe.
Right, so that it's purely a private project and they lease the property, right? So if that's correct, I would just propose that in these tough economic times sentence is not relevant. If there's no public money being expended here, that's not a relevant thing. And the other thing which I would like to see, and this is maybe just me, but towards the end of the letter where it says, this luxury travel mode infrastructure which benefits a very small percentage of people should not expand here or anywhere. I would rather see that replaced with some kind of statement about environmental justice. Right, that is not that's an okay statement for what it is, but I would like to see a stronger statement about environmental justice. And other than that, I think the letter is actually pretty good. For me, and maybe again I differ from here, the resolution is quite different. I don't agree with the resolution basically at all. It says things like that private jets produce 20 tons of carbon in a 2.5-hour flight. As far as I can tell, that's just not true. It's about 4 times more than what's really true. A Cessna Citation XLS produces 5.4 tons in that same trip, not 20. And I just don't agree with these exaggerated environmental claims. It also says it negates half of the climate benefits of all the solar in Massachusetts. That is true only if all the planes that park there are new and all the flights are new, and which is not the case. And your letter, I think, correctly criticizes the draft environmental impact report for the opposite reason, right? They did not properly, they completely ignored the possibility of increased flights. They don't really make an assessment of what that is. They should make an assessment, but in the same here, the resolution here should have made an assessment, and it does not. It just assumes the other end of the spectrum, which I think is not right. And finally, the resolution also ignores environmental justice effects, right? If the facility at Hanscom is not built, some of the flights will either stay what they are or move to other airports. And some of those are over communities that have been impacted by airports for a very long time. And it's something that, you know, we've done forever, as long as there have been airports. And they added the word "or anywhere" at the end of the statement, but that's not enough to me. And so for those three reasons, I can't support the resolution, but thank you very much for drafting your letter.
Thank you.
Alyssa.
Thank you. I guess my first question is whether or not we need a resolution and a letter, or if the letter only would suffice, given David's objections to parts of the resolution. Also, I have a recollection that public monies are spent because there are not tax breaks, but they don't have to pay taxes. I don't know if it's just on purchasing a private jet or if it has something to do with the fees that are associated with using the hangars or takeoff and landing. My memory's a little fuzzy on that, but I question whether or not we can definitively say that there are no public funds expended here. Regarding the letter, I thought it was excellent. I just had a couple of maybe suggested changes. In the second to the last paragraph, there are a couple of questions, and I think I'd rather see those as statements. Let's just be firm. So that was just a suggestion for changing the tone by turning those into statements. Do you see those? Yes. Okay. And then also, the letter begins with, "We oppose the current proposal," and then at the end, we're demanding that the inequities be addressed. So does that leave open a possibility that we would support an amended proposal? Because that conflicts with we don't support this expansion here or anywhere. And I agree with David. I think it's a slogan, so we could just leave it at "we don't support the expansion," but I think that there is a little conflict there.
Dean?
Yeah, I frankly oppose both of these. I oppose the resolution much more vehemently than the letter. I think, if we just go with the letter and rather than say up front that we oppose it and we need more information, I think we should say we need more information, and then I think the board could take a position whether to oppose it or not. The implication is that no matter what arguments Massport brings back, we've already said we're going to oppose it. And frankly, I don't feel that that's the appropriate way to deal with this. Also, certainly we're focused on the environmental impact of this. I think we also should be focused on the economic impact. I think that Hanscom is an economic engine for the region. And I think we need to keep in mind that, we still need economic vitality in Middlesex County. And finally, in both the resolution and the letter, there's been an attempt made to demonize a group of people, talking about elites and luxury jets. And I don't think that it's appropriate for the select board to find a segment of the community that you want to demonize and denigrate. I think that's contrary to our statements in the past about respect for all. I've never ridden on a corporate jet, and I expect I never shall, but I still feel that that small piece of the population that does have the opportunity should be allowed to use that opportunity, and they should not be demonized by this board. Thank you.
So I've been in favor of this from the beginning, that we take some action to state our opposition to this. I think rather than getting into the details, a couple things stood out for me. One was that the design of the project includes a huge new fuel depot. So this to me tells me that reasonable people expect that if you add these hangars, you're going to be using a lot more jet fuel. And to me, that's the direct connection with the greenhouse gas emissions. So it seems very reasonable to me that we oppose the project. I think in terms of the demonizing, the only language I saw in the letter that was coded was the word elite. I'm comfortable saying that people that own private jets are part of an elite minority. It's freaking expensive to own one of those things. And even if you spend a lot of time renting it out, it's not quite as a waste of money as, I don't know, owning a professional football team, but it's at that same scale. It's the sort of thing that very wealthy people can do. And it's not part of our requirement that we give the needs of that very small set of people more weight than we do to everybody else who has to put up with the noise and the pollution. So I'm in favor of both the letter and the resolution. I'm hearing concerns about the resolution, which I'm comfortable with, setting aside and having us just focus in on the letter. But I think that's my statement for now. I'd like to hear from the public unless there are more burning comments from the select board, because we'll have a chance to discuss this more after hearing from people. Alyssa.
I guess I would just add to that the ultra wealthy are also dependent on a cooler climate and clean air.
Thanks. There might be comments from the public. So I want you all come on up and line up, and we'll hear from each of you up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the Select Board. I'm here representing as the chair of the Acton Democratic Committee. So the Acton Democratic Committee is a strong voice for environmental action in our community. We stand united with the Acton Climate Coalition in the fight against climate change. Acton has consistently shown leadership in this fight. The community took a firm stance in 2020 by declaring a climate emergency. Following that, town meeting overwhelmingly supported the development of a climate action plan in 2022. And our commitment to clean energy twice in 2021 and 23, Acton has endorsed measures promoting clean energy use in new construction projects. However, the proposed expansion of private jet facilities at Hanscom Field directly contradicts these efforts. These jets are major polluters. That's why the Acton Democratic Town Committee recently voted to endorse the goals of the Stop Private Jet Expansion at Hanscom Field or Anywhere. Acton DTC calls on the Select Board to join forces with the neighboring towns and pass a resolution that opposes the expansion of private jet facilities at Hanscom Field or Anywhere. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Root Watkins, Strawberry Hill Road. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Acton chapter of Mothers Out Front. How all of us uses energy really matters for our kids' future and for the health of the natural world on which all of us depend. Every single one of us, no matter our income, needs to think about how we're using transportation. We need to do it in a much more thoughtful way. Massport is in favor of this project because they will get income from the land leased to the developers. And I could talk to you about the negative impacts on the land there, 37 acres of new pavement, 490,000 square feet of hangar space to accommodate 50 to 80 jets, a fuel depot. And Massport says that these additional hangars are a means of maximizing revenue and complying with federal requirements to provide transportation services to the public. The this is a really, really small percentage of the public. Private jets are owned by 0.0008% of the world's population. And yet, private jet use at Hanscom, even before the hangars, has increased 19% since the pandemic. Is this really part of Massport's mandate to provide transportation services to the public? I mean, for me, and I'm going to jump ahead, but I feel like what we're looking at town meeting this year, which is the MBTA vision of transportation where we build housing close to transportation corridors, we decrease the reliance on individual vehicles, we make public transportation more available to more people. To me, that's the vision that we should be promoting, not private jets. It really tilts the kind of priorities we need to be making for our children and for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tara again. I'm in favor of the statement. I agree with whoever said about the word elite. That might be able to be substituted to focus on their behavior as opposed to their persons. And then relative to MBTA zoning, if we are just keeping all the sprawl, building 50, 70 units, single-family houses a year, and then adding clustered housing, that's not reducing the environmental impact. If we really, truly want to reduce the impact on the environment of new building, we'll stop building the sprawl at the same time we're building clustered housing. It's just an ad, and I hope people can understand that. It's just basic math. Thank you.
Judith Ehrenstein, 3 Gregory Lane, Acton. I'm a member of Mothers Out Front. I've been working with Mothers Out Front for about 8 years. And at this point right now, I'm feeling more nervous about the state of our future. And it's kind of combined with a numbness, given the consequences of post-pandemic, election, and also what's going on in the wider world, including melting of glaciers, floods, and extreme weather. So I looked at the CO2 levels over the last 10 years, and it really had me deeply concerned because the CO2 levels have been rising, and in the last 10 years, on April 28th, yesterday, it's gone up every year except for one, which is a very negligible retreat, but it's gone up basically anywhere from 0.31% a year to 0.40% a year. And it makes me think of 350.org. 350, if people don't know, was the number that they thought was sort of recognized as the safe concentration of carbon dioxide in the air. And right now, we're at, so it's 350 parts per million. We're now at 427 parts per million. So we've exceeded that. So to me, adding these extra hangars makes absolutely no sense. I just don't even understand it, whether it's in light of what we've done already in our town, or in the state, or in the federal government. So I urge you to approve the letter and the resolution to the governor to oppose the expansion of Hanscom. Thank you.
Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Indivisible Acton Area Steering Committee. Oh, I can't read. Indivisible Acton Area is a proud member of the Acton Climate Coalition. We support Acton's endeavors to reduce carbon emissions and promote climate action. As Sahana mentioned, I won't repeat the actions that we've taken in town meeting since 2020. And we believe that the proposed expansion of private jet facilities at Hanscom or anywhere contradicts Acton's climate commitments. The Indivisible Acton Area Steering Committee urges the Select Board to unite with neighboring towns in petitioning Governor Maura Healey to oppose the proposed development. And I want to second what Karen said from others out front. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Davis, 1 Brewster Lane. For me, the most disturbing part of the Hanscom proposal is the developer's claim that expanding hangar space will actually reduce 3,500 so-called ferry flights and therefore reduce the emissions being released. This notion that increasing the hangar space will reduce flights goes against common sense, so we have to look at their data. The developers have access to all the flight records. Did they analyze them and identify the ferry flights? Well, no. They made a broad assumption that any flight from an airport within 350 miles and staying at Hanscom for less than 18 hours was a ferry flight. Meanwhile, a recognized industry consultant, Industrial Economics Corporation, did analyze the data. They looked at the prior year's flight activity. They found 3 aircraft that ferry through Hanscom, 3, reducing 75 flights, not 3,500. We would not be having this meeting if the Hanscom proposal was to accommodate 3 planes to reduce ferry flights. Instead, they want space for 55 to 79 more private luxury jets, the biggest expansion by far of any project in the country. So the purpose of making the flawed claim of no new flights is the developers get to sidestep all the information they need to provide about the environmental impact, specifically the massive harmful impact of the private jets on the climate. These jets are the largest contributors to greenhouse gases per capita than any other transportation vehicle in the world. Climate change can make us feel overwhelmed, and we are often faced with tough choices. This is not one of those. This is an easy one. You have the opportunity to take a stand and make a real difference for our future. Thank you.
Good evening, Andy Platt here, 52-year resident. I think you see there's some concerned engagement among a number of people. And as a close backyard to Hanscom, the scope and scale of this project will definitely impact us, our air, our noise, our health, and the quality of life. Some quick points. This project is not about corporate jets. This is about private jets, privately owned, unidentified individuals. It is about a very small, as pointed out, group going in 50% of the time to Nantucket or the Hamptons, or maybe stretch it to the BVI. These are not business trips, my friends. They're not business trips. You have waited for the DEIR. It has arrived. I doubt any of you have read the 270 pages, except maybe you, Dave. I will tell you, I read 3/4 of it, skimmed a little bit of the charts and things, and I have to say, it is a bunch of falsehoods, false assumptions, false aspirational propositions and projections, false claims, which has been debunked by the group that Carolyn just mentioned. Carolyn detailed the fairy tales. I don't have to repeat it. It is absolutely inaccurate. I was at the meeting of the developers 6 weeks ago when one of the consultants admitted under pressure that they really didn't know how many ferry flights there were. Well, that undermines their entire argument. So, the last thing I'd like to say is we have a climate emergency. No surprise here. Massport is an organization that was developed in the early 70s, or it chartered in the early 70s, to be more efficient about getting things done. You know, they had to figure out how to get things done with the legislature bugging them, executive branch bugging them. They've done a heck of a good job at growth and managing growth. Their job has been to manage the aviation industry and some other things. But Massport has no obligation to follow the roadmap of the state. And interestingly enough, they are really concerned because the developers have come in with this greenwashing notion. Listen to this. They're claiming to be one of the greenest airports in the country when they're done with this. They're basing it completely on the structures. They're avoiding the business of the emissions because they cannot defend it. So let's be
Andy, I'm
honest
supposed
here.
to be able to tell you now that your 3 minutes is up. So if you
Okay.
can find those few key gem sentences.
I will go to my ending, Jim.
Thank you.
And do it quickly. I submit to you as a select board that progress needs to be measured by a new metric. Growth, yes, but that which aligns with the earth-saving climate goals and growth that does not undermine the roadmap or our action plan. And join the 80 coalition partners to help with that goal and vote unanimously for this, maybe with some revisions to the letter. But please, this project is a luxury we cannot afford.
Thank you, Andy.
I was just going to make mention that I think it's a responsibility for municipalities to push back using their municipal power on things that seem inappropriate. And so I urge you to also send a letter. Thank you.
We'll probably be talking about this issue for a while, so feel free to send us the full version at sb@actonma.gov. We have an email address, and we read all of our email. Are there folks online who want to make a comment? Matt, are there any hands raised? No. Okay, great. Oh, you all came out in person. That's awesome. So, where are we at? What I'm seeing from what I've heard so far from the select board is that there's a clear majority support for sending a letter with some revisions. I have a less clear sense of whether we have even a majority or not on the resolution. So let me first focus on the letter. We heard about a couple of revisions that folks would want to see. Was that some from you, Alyssa, and you, David? Is that what I heard? Okay. So one possibility is to check to see if we want to, to indicate our support for the letter here publicly at this meeting, to see how that vote goes. And then in the actual composition of the letter, have Fran continue with revisions based on information that she can get publicly from David and Alyssa. That's one possible next step. Are there other next step ideas? Alyssa?
Are you suggesting a vote tonight and then revising the letter?
Yes.
Okay, so I would prefer a revision of the letter and before we vote.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's worth your while to work on it. I just want to make sure we have a general sense of the board that we would support a letter, whether it's 4-1 or 3-2. I just want to make sure there's a majority. David?
Mr. Chair, would you appreciate a motion to ask Fran to produce one more draft, if that would be okay?
That certainly works for me.
I move that we ask Fran to produce one more draft of the letter.
Can I just add something? I'd love
Please.
to, I know this is tricky timing and we're coming up on a busy next week. A comment period is ending May 10th, so I'd love to get something in before then.
Well, we have one possible meeting on the 1st, and then we have meetings on the 5th and the 6th and 7th right before town meeting starts. So if we are ready, then we could, consider it then. The other question I have for the group, or maybe for the manager, is what's the right way under concerns about the open meeting law for the revisions that Alyssa and David are suggesting to make their way to Fran for a revision? David has a thought about that.
So mine, I think, are pretty simple. I can just state them. So. So mine are pretty simple. If the public money thing is, if there is no public money.
Yeah.
Please remove that sentence. If the list is right and there is public money in this project, then draft a sentence that's appropriate to what's happening.
Yeah.
And the second thing for me in that final paragraph, where it says, we oppose this here or anywhere, I would like to see instead a statement on environmental justice. And in fact, right next to that are the luxury and elite words. And so you could kill multiple birds at the same time by putting some things on top of the other things. So, and then I think Alyssa wanted the questions changed to statements.
Yeah.
So there's
And
three
also
things.
the opposition in the beginning and.
Right, and I
Yeah.
think Dean repeated that when he spoke, that we don't want to say, make these changes, but we're still not going to support it. We want to just say, no, we don't support it.
Got it.
Dean, Dean, I'm guessing from your comments that even a revised letter wouldn't get your support, but I just wanted to make sure if there was any wiggle room in there.
Yeah, I think this sort of minor revisions that my colleagues are in favor of probably would still not address my issues.
Okay. Well, we'd then still end up potentially with a 4-to-1 support for a letter, which that's good enough to write a letter. There's a place in there where we have signatures. You could choose not to add your signature, for example. That might help, make you feel like you're not being forced into something that you don't agree with. So the next question is about the resolution. There were concerns expressed about the resolution. Fran, I didn't know if you had anything to say about the distinction between the resolution and the letter, the different roles they play, and whether we should, proceed to see if we have some way of getting to, 3 or 4 votes on a resolution.
I think this resolution was really across different municipalities, so it's sort of a template.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers.
Well, it helps in the sense
Yeah.
that we're not really given the opportunity usefully to think about revisions, because we were asked to sign on to a resolution that's already been created and signed on. Okay, then I'm not inclined to proceed to try to figure out if we want to sign that, because I heard concerns from at least 3 of us about that. Are we okay with that? Okay, great.
So you want me to go ahead and make that motion that we ask Fran to do make another draft? Or not, whatever you want.
No, that would be exactly appropriate, thank you.
So I move that we ask Fran to produce one more draft with the revisions we've discussed.
Second.
Any more discussion on that? No. All those in favor, please say, oh, no, there might have been a comment.
One more question.
Yeah.
So if I find out that I could tailor this resolution, and maybe to how we feel, would that be?
Alyssa or David, is it?
So my understanding is that there's a group of municipal entities, like select boards or other bodies, that are all signing on to a resolution. So if we're going to choose not to sign on to the resolution and instead send a letter that has language that most of us are comfortable with,
Right.
I don't see any use to
Sounds good.
revising the resolution and sending 2 documents.
Great.
Okay. Go ahead, let's have did we get the motion? And we seconded? Oh, that's right, I asked for comments, and that was the comment. Okay, so all those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed? Or, no, I think, what did you say?
I think she should revise it.
Yeah, okay, great. We are unanimously in favor of this action of revising the letter, and when we will reconsider it at a future soon meeting. And thanks, everybody, for coming out. It's great to feel the passion and the thoughtfulness that have gone into this. I appreciate it. Okay, now we're done with item 7, and we're moving on to item 8, which is discuss crosswalk concerns at 149 Central Street, the Infant Toddler Center. And in our packet was a more recent letter from the folks at the ITC analyzing the issues there, the crossing at Central Street, and some proposed solutions. The reason this is coming before us again is because there's a level of study that's necessary to make progress on this sort of issue that the manager wanted to make sure we were actually in favor of, and given some context about what it would take and what our other priorities are. So I wanted to give a chance for the manager or whoever he wants to delegate this to talk through the different options that were presented in the report from ITC so that we can comment on it and so that the public can comment on it.
Thank you. Yes, we did review the request for some additional measures over on Central Street. Our engineer did provide a memo, which I thought was in the packet. I'm not seeing it though. So I believe I sent it to the board directly. If that's not true, then I'll do it later. But we have streets all over town and crosswalks all over town where we've had efforts underway to make improvements to them. And examples of that are River Street, Great Road, and the list goes on. You've heard them before. And so I think we certainly will include this in the work that we're doing if the board asks us to, and we think it's a good idea either way. But in terms of prioritizing the work, that's where we were looking for a little direction, or I was looking for a little direction, because we have several studies underway. We're doing a big project in West Acton right now, and we're starting one in South Acton Village for the crosswalks and everything going on over there, or Nealander and all the issues that we've been trying to work through. And so we'll try to do everything, which is what we do, but if you want us to do this particular thing faster, that would be something that would be helpful to hear.
There's a variety of things here that we might want to make sure to differentiate as far as the cost and the priority. I'm reminding myself that the 5 different recommendations were to move the crosswalk location so that it's, has the best visibility, add speed indicators in both directions. I did notice that when I went over there today that there was one of the traveling speed indicator signs was right there, but I know that those move around from place to place. There was the notion of having one of the blinking lights, not a full hawk system, but the system that you can press a button and it shows a blinking light. And then the 5th one, which I knew the least about, was establishing that area as a safety zone, which the state allows us to do, which then would allow us to have a 20 mile per hour speed limit there. Now, I understand that changing speed limits doesn't magically change the speed of cars, but it might be, I think it's another part of what might need to be considered. And I wonder, John, if there was any sort of separate analysis of those, those 5 options, whether any of them are, more doable or more easily done or anything like that.
Yeah, thank you for going through that. That's helpful. We did move one of the mid crosswalk signs to that location to make it more visible. It's a traffic calming device that we use in crosswalks throughout town, and a lot of times if you put it there, it immediately has an impact, and I hope it has. The police did locate the radar feedback sign there, as they do to respond to concerns throughout the community, and so that'll probably be there for a little while, and then it moves because it gets stale. It starts to lose its effectiveness if it stays too long. So we keep moving those around. Changing the location of the crosswalk would require engineering study, which we have not completed. And that's one of those things where our engineering staff is already trying to engineer several things that are already been prioritized. The funding is limited to, with the flexibility we have to just hire an engineer to do a study on short notice is limited, and we didn't really plan for that this year. So that would be a challenge. The rapid flashing beacon, those cost nearly $25,000 when you consider the equipment itself, and then you consider the wiring and other things you need to do to make it safe, or to make it work. So that's something that I do think we may have one of those. So the cost wouldn't be as much, but the rest of the cost would still need to be figured out. So that's, we've had requests for those in other places too. We try to work through, and it's actually been a board's policy goal this year to develop a traffic calming policy, which I know we're working on. And this would be a perfect application of it, because it would help provide us as staff direction on how to best handle requests like this, and it'd also be the board's consensus on how it should handle them as well. So you could try to do that without a policy and see how it goes. Or we can just commit to continuing the measures that we've already started and continue to see if we can find ways to work some of the engineering work needed for this into our planning for the coming year. And I would also add that the police department has, in addition to that sign, has done some enforcement there recently.
Thanks. You covered almost all of these options. The one that I didn't hear about was the school, the safety zone option, and whether that's, when have we done that elsewhere? Do we have any understanding of what sort of cost or studies or time that takes?
Yeah, so that's something, I haven't been involved in doing that in a street, although we've heard it mentioned a few different times in a few different parts of town. So we're happy to look into that. It would probably require something similar to a road safety audit, which you've seen those before. And then I'm sure there's some paperwork with the state. So it's not something that would happen quickly, if I had to guess. But we can look into that as well.
Okay, thanks. It could be that board members have questions, ideas, or concerns. Dean?
Yeah, the issue that I have is I would not put this as a high priority for a very expensive upgrade. I think if we've got a $25,000 RRFB floating around, rapid firing beacon, there's probably other locations that would be of a more benefit to the general public. There is only a sidewalk on one side of Central Street at this point. This would strictly be a benefit, as I see, to Infant Toddler Center. Now, certainly that's important, but I think we need to look at the needs of the entire town. One of the areas that I could think of, regardless of what happens with any other development for one of those rapid firing beacons, that we could use one right now, would be at the crosswalk on Main Street, right at the location where the dog park might happen. We've got a sidewalk on a very busy state-numbered route. I've seen numerous near misses right there, and I think that would be a much better spot to drop $25,000. And it would be of more benefit to the general public. So I'm all in favor of looking at what minor changes can be made. I know the permanent speed feedback signs that are available, I believe they cost about $10,000 a piece. So certainly the portables that the police department deploys make more sense. But it's a very large amount of money to put in one particular area, which is of a benefit really just for the infant toddler center. We need to put these kind of installations in place where we've got large numbers of the general population moving from one side of the road to the other. So, I would say if, whatever you can do for a couple $1,000s, if you can find it in the budget, that's fine, but I don't think I don't think that this particular project should jump the line on all the other projects we've been talking about. I mean, we've even been talking about modifications either by us or by the state at Harris Street. All the other locations we got on Route 2A. If the state doesn't come through with this, I think you've got a much larger, more at-risk population in locations like that than on Central Street, where when the kids cross the street, they're supervised by adults. So I think that's something that, I'm not inclined to put a huge amount of money into this particular location.
Fran?
I have to agree with Dean on the fact that just centrally focusing on this location. I think that I had an exchange with someone on Facebook who was concerned about kids crossing over Parker Street to the Parker Street apartments, and they don't even have a crosswalk. So I think looking at areas of town that need crosswalks first before something improved.
John, you have some extra?
Sorry to jump back in here. I did find the memo from the town engineer, which I did not send anybody, so I apologize for that.
I'm just glad I didn't forget it.
I'd like to read from it right now, if you don't mind. The engineering department has reviewed the crosswalk analysis provided by the Infant Toddler Center, and below are our comments. The posted speed limit sign is 30 miles per hour. The existing crosswalk is located in front of the daycare. It's located at a high point, which maximizes the sight distance for vehicles approaching from both directions. A crosswalk sign has been installed on both sides of the road for each direction to enhance visibility for the crosswalk. The crosswalk signs in front of 148 Central are obstructed by some roadway brush and landscaping. We will work with the tree warden and the DPW to see if we can knock some of that vegetation back to improve the sight of that existing infrastructure. The town typically repaints crosswalks every spring. I think they do it overnight sometimes, or maybe during the day, so that's also something that will happen this spring. And she mentions how you get a speed zone. They must be set at 20 miles per hour and intended to be used in areas where vulnerable road users are likely to be present, near parks, playgrounds, certain housing and hospitals and medical facilities. We're allowed to do it. It creates a regulatory speed limit. It requires an engineering study prior to the establishment of the safety zone. It needs to conform to the guidance found in Mass DOT procedures for speed zoning. As you all know, when you ask the Mass DOT to do a speed study, you don't always like the results that you get. Oftentimes, the report ends up telling you that people drive faster than you want them to, and it's okay. So it's certainly something we could look into, but that sometimes can be problematic. The other thing that she mentioned is that the existing crosswalk is angled across Central Street to align with driveway openings. The town could look into reconstructing the crosswalk perpendicular to the road in order to shorten the crossing distance. However, this will require modification to the existing sidewalk to conduct accessible compliant ramps, and we would need to conduct a traffic study that includes a site distance analysis. From our site visit, sightlines do not appear to be an issue. So they've already started thinking about it, and some creative ideas, which I wouldn't expect anything less from Chin. She's very good. So I guess I would alter my comments earlier to say that we've already started working on it. And I guess I would also say that if there's any major expense that would be required, I would bring it back to the board.
David?
Thank you. So I've driven through here when the kids are crossing the street. I wasn't driving too fast. You know, I don't disagree with any other thing that was said here. I mean, the crosswalk on Main Street near Route 2 is definitely an important crosswalk to have a flashing yellow beacon or something. And I've been asking to get sidewalks on Parker Street forever. And I think it's one of the most highly walked roads, you know, other than our really main streets. And in the winter, it's particularly dangerous because people just walk in the street outside the snowbank because there's no other place to walk. Having said that, though, two comments. I think having been here and seeing the kids, and, you know, and there's I forget when I was there, probably there were 2 adults, but there could have been 3 and a whole bunch of kids. I didn't count them. You know, it's hard to keep track of all the kids as they're crossing the street. And also, sometimes drivers are in a daze. In these kind of situations, I believe that the most effective solution is one of those flashing yellow beacons for a couple of reasons. It's, first of all, it's easier to put in, requires less study, but also it goes off when it's needed, whereas the 20-mile-per-hour signs, they're all the time. Sometimes they flash. Sometimes they just say when children are present. But in any case, people learn to ignore them, whereas the flashing yellow beacon only goes off when someone presses the button, which means someone's there. And I think it kind of, you know, makes drivers more alert as they drive by. So having said all that, you know, it's great that the measures that Chin is already proposing or already working on, but also I would like to see us have this be one of the sites where we consider a flashing yellow beacon. I think the other measures are less needed, right, or would be less effective anyway. This is easier and more effective, in my opinion. So, you know, I would like to see this be on the list to get one for however we prioritize it. Thank you.
I would just add to that, if we are going to plan, we do plan painting crosswalks in the spring, that maybe we prioritize this one, and maybe we can look at the cost of a creative repainting. So instead of just the white paint, maybe the squares can be yellow, just so that it's solid, but with a pattern. That doesn't make any sense, but you know what I mean. Just so that there's more paint there that's reflective and it will be more visible. And I'm glad to hear that the tree warden is looking at the bushes, because that's the only other low-cost measure that I see in their suggested solutions. But their very first picture is of a staff person who's holding up probably a stop sign. But I would suggest that we encourage those folks to wear a reflective vest rather than just regular street clothes when they're doing that, and perhaps invest in a sign that flashes instead of just one of those crosswalk signs. And some of the photos show the center crosswalk that's on the heavy rubber pad, and some of them don't. So I just want to make sure that that is out and that it stays out all the time. We don't need to worry about snowplows knocking them over right now. Did you notice when you were not speeding, David, down that road? Whether it was out? Whether the little crosswalk thing is in the center on the lines.
It was last time I went down the street, yes.
Great.
The reason we prioritized, you know, safety improvements and having a traffic calming plan is that we are in this slow but awful emergency. You know, people are dying crossing our streets. They're not safe enough. and we haven't been able to keep up with the, investments needed. So I feel very frustrated that we don't have the resources to just, fix this thing. And I'm glad that people are both staff and select board members are thinking creatively about what can be done, more quickly and less expensively. Changing the a reflective vest and a stop sign that actually blinks are things that the ITC can do, and prioritizing the repainting of the crosswalk is something that the town can do. It seems like a lot of these things require an engineering study, so I'm certainly happy with the notion that this project gets added to the list of what places where engineering studies need to get done. What was the other thought? I've seen a draft of the traffic calming policy. It does try to bring some order to the process of, getting all these requests and like only doing the ones where, the most people show up and complain. So it provides a way for the public that's concerned about a situation to, go through steps to make sure things get prioritized. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going under yet another revision, but I'm still hoping that it will be before the select board, during the summer. So that's us. We've said a bunch of things. It could be that folks in the audience have things to say, either from the ITC or from the general public. Jude.
Jude Ernstein, 3 Gregory Lane, Acton. I'm just remembering that in Lincoln Center, Lincoln Crossing, they have like little pockets. I believe they're on both sides of the street, like on a telephone pole, and they have jackets and a little stop sign, and everyone's free to use them, and they move side to side. I think it's a really very inexpensive solution, and it might be a reasonable solution.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jude. Any other public comments on the crosswalks and safety issues?
Yes, Chair Gunn, I would like for your collective board to not pit one vulnerable group against another vulnerable group. I feel like all these places have to get fixed. I think you can pay for it with the money that you're trying to get for the Hayward light. We got to not invest in car-centric traffic and traffic control measures, safety measures, but put them everywhere. Show a commitment to walkability by installing these things basically everywhere. I love the idea of the 20 mile an hour, and we can all just drive 20 miles an hour, become a traveling roadblock at 20 miles an hour. Somebody mentioned the cost of growth. This is a cost of growth. So when we talk about adding thousands of people, we got to be prepared to add the crosswalks, the blinking lights, whatever it is. And I love the stop sign idea. One more. The colorful crosswalks. I've seen pictures of towns that have made crosswalks with big flowers in them. Things that attract attention. Maybe even like pictures of little kids, so that people know this is a special crosswalk for a school. Thank you. The last thing is that we got to stop talking about Great Road as if it's a highway. It's a village. So we need to have these lights practically everywhere, and some benches too, because it's a village. Thank you.
Madeline Cruz, 6 Nation Way, so I support everything that T said and Judith. And I just want to remind you guys that where Junior was hit, we're still waiting for something. How long is it going to take? So we sit here and we talk all this talk, but when are you going to walk the walk? He was hit. The kid still does rehab. He's still not well. And we're still waiting for something to be put there to protect people who walk. Like, I'm afraid of walking there. I could walk to the Dollar Tree and it's safer than crossing that intersection. Something needs to be done, but it needs to be done everywhere. Like T said, not just one particular place versus another. Junior was hit a year and 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and there's still nothing there. When are we gonna do something about it? Thank you.
John, we've heard a variety of points of view on the select board. Some of them, seem to be emerging into a pattern. What sort of guidance or vote do you need from us, or have you heard enough to understand what sort of relative energy and time and money to put into this?
I'm comfortable, if you're comfortable, with our plan to look at the measures that Chin identified as sort of low-hanging fruit in terms of some brush clearing and the repainting, and then we can continue to think about some of the other more structural changes to the infrastructure as part of the community-wide complete streets work that we're working on. That Corey York, our Public Works Director, and Chin Ray Pang, our town engineer, both have about 30 projects going in different areas, including Great Road. And they all have different things that we're trying to get through. And we can add this to the queue because none of them happen as quickly as we want them to because of the various regulatory and other hurdles that we have to go through. So if you're comfortable with the plan of adding it to the list, then that works for me.
Alyssa?
I just have another couple of suggestions. It probably wouldn't cost a lot to replace the crosswalk sign, just the panel, with a school crossing sign. Not that we can change it to a school zone, 20 miles per hour, but we could change the image to be one of children, because somebody mentioned it's a school. Another zero-cost measure would be for everyone who's driving down Central to go the speed limit and not look at their cell phones, especially now that the painted bike lanes are in for the uphill travel. You have to go 30 or you go across the double yellow lines in the center. And I drive on that road pretty much every day, and people really need to slow down and go the speed limit, so they stop coming into my lane and stop, not seeing that there's someone standing in the center of the crosswalk holding a stop sign. Because I did hear that when the board of directors president came to present to us, that they were in the crosswalk and sometimes cars don't stop. So we really need to have eyes on the road instead of on our phones.
Absolutely. Okay, any more public comment? No? I think we've given the manager some direction, we've given some ideas. At some point, we might actually have a traffic calming policy, which would be another point of reentry for ITC into the process. I also speculate that there's a point in the process where, if there's a point in the process where the only thing holding it back is some money, it could be that ITC would be interested in providing some of that money in the form of a gift to the town. I don't know if that's realistic. I know that, it's not a big money-making operation, so it's not like there's a bunch of cash there. But if that's the thing that could make a difference, we might want to stay alert to that possibility. Any other last comments? Okay. The next item is called number 9, approve process for updating sustainability policy. So let me look at my notes on this one and take us through it. And hopefully it'll evoke some good discussion. Okay. The original Acton Board of Selectmen environmental sustainability policy has been on our website since 2018. It was originally drafted by a couple of members of Green Acton, including myself, working with Katie Green, who at that point was the chair of the Select Board. It was then revised by board members John Benson and Janet Adachi and voted in unanimously in December of that year, 2018. There's some, appropriately stirring language around it, but the parts that require actions are fourfold. The first one is about, the town of Acton and its actions, policies, budgets, bylaws, and purchasing decisions will consider and strive to advance sustainability. And that part seems really to be working. We have that sustainability policy invoked a lot by the manager and the sustainability department as a way of explaining what they're doing and why. Since 2018, we've had a lot of progress. But the other parts of the action plan have not really been dealt with. There's one about specific measurable goals that would be created with consultation with, like the Acton Water District, town boards, committees, community groups, members of the public. We have not tried to do that in this particular format. And there was also a report, supposed to be a report on progress towards these goals annually. And there was this fourth part, which was that this policy should be reviewed periodically. So noting those issues, last year, we had the short-term goal of implement the goal-setting process identified in the 2018 Environmental Sustainability Policy. The manager and I talked about it a couple of times, and what became clear is that a lot has changed since 2018, that the policy as it stands doesn't really fit with our current way of working, where we have a green advisory board that has, a wide charter now to work on town-wide issues. We have a sustainability office, which we didn't have before. We have a climate action plan, which we didn't have before. So a lot has changed. So we moved to step number 4 about this policy should be reviewed periodically by the board, town manager, and other staff and community stakeholders. Now, what I wish I had done at that point is to come back to the board and say, hey, guess what? We're moving to part 4. How do you want to be involved? So, my bad. What happened instead, which has been useful, but it needs review now, is that the town manager has a sustainability working group. It has people on it from the Green Advisory Board, from community groups, staff, and that's, for example, the group that worked on wrestling with the details of how our Acton Power Choice program was going to be structured to bring, sort of a coherent proposal to the board. So it's been a group that has worked on the details of developing proposals for sustainability policy pieces that then, come to the board. So that group has begun to work on it, but I would like to come back to this board and to find out whether it's okay for that process to continue as is, and we would then come back with a policy, whether the board would like to have a discussion, at this meeting or at a future meeting about the kind of changes they want to see in the policy, whether we'd want to ask the manager to, include another person from the select board in this so that we have more select board member involvement in this development, or whatever. So that's the opening statement of what we've been up to and why we need to check back with the board. So here I am checking back with the board. What are your thoughts? David?
So I feel like this board speaks formally through our yearly goal-setting process and policies. I really don't like, a resolution or something that someone's asking us to sign on to, that's one thing. But a policy, I think, should not be written by an outside group, right? And it's kind of a circular thing if it's being written. Policies are essentially to direct staff. If it's being written by staff, that's odd to me, right? And again, to me, it should be our voice, right, that's in this, not someone else's voice. So I would like to see a process where one of us drafts it and comes back to the board for input, or gets input and then drafts it, something where we develop. And then at the end, outside groups can comment on it, but I feel strongly like it should be our voice.
Alyssa?
I would say that we create goals, and those are informed by many voices who provide input during a listening session and also send in emails. I am comfortable with the process that's already been started, and I would think that it would be better if a second board member was involved. And I volunteer David, if he has time to do that. And I guess it's not as bad as when private interest groups and companies write legislation that the Congress adopts. I feel that if we had a working group, more heads are better than five. So, or one in this case, because David's suggesting that we have one board member write it and bring it. And it already exists, so it's just a revision of an existing policy. And it sounds like the original policy was written by someone other than a select board member, in consultation with the chair at the time. But I'm perfectly comfortable with the process, and would be even more comfortable if there were a second board member involved in the working group.
Thoughts from Dean or Fran?
Yeah, I think certainly having two select board members involved in this, I think would give us a broader range of opinions. I do think it's really important that the working group continues. It involves town staff. Exactly. I see the working group with town staff as providing sort of the background and the meat that will go on the bones. The bones would be the policy that we would vote on for any changes. But I certainly, we've got some really top-notch town staff people that can provide a lot of really sophisticated input into this, so I wouldn't want to just abandon that process. But I certainly would welcome the idea about having two members of the select board be more closely involved in this.
Thank you.
I'm in perfect agreement with that, as it exists.
So your name's come up a couple times, David, and some options are that you and I are part of this working group and work on that. Another option is, we go off and work on our own version. We have a draft from this group that could serve as, one of our sources. I guess I didn't want to characterize the group as a bunch of outsiders. I mean, two of them are from the Green Advisory Board, which is specifically the group that we have to give us, advice on green matters. I mean, it's kind of in their title. So, I don't have that same feeling as an outsider, but that's also because, I know the people that are involved in it who are in community groups. So, it doesn't feel outside to me, but it is outside of our structures. So I get that that's a challenge for you. So I wondered if you had any thoughts about this path of either, sort of starting fresh with the two of us, or potentially with the input of that group as a starting point, or having your thoughts and concerns joined with the working group. Do you see one or the other as a good way forward? David?
So first, I'm not trying to, I'm sorry if it came across that way. I wasn't trying to criticize anyone in the working group or anybody as, labeling anybody as an outsider. I just feel strongly that, the actions that result of the policy, lots of people are involved in. The policy, I believe, is a statement of the board, right? And so I'm happy with any kind of way this can be handled, as long as the board has, as a whole, has frequent input, and maybe there's a couple of points where it gets, passed by for comment, and those are incorporated into the process. I am happy to be on the working group, provide input, or whatever else makes sense. But it sounds like I'm a little bit alone there in that thinking that the policy reflects the will of the board. But anyway.
I mean, to me, your willingness to engage with the work counts for a lot. So I'm not too concerned that we would be going astray from the board's general opinion if you and I work together to come back to the select board with some, general points, like let's discuss, here's a change we're thinking of. What do you think of this idea? And get some public discussion about it and input right from the board. I'm very comfortable with that process. Alyssa?
I'm wondering if you can provide some more detail on what the revision is. Is it, because the existing policy has initiatives from 2010 to 2018, so are we just updating the catalog of initiatives? And then I guess I'll also offer that perhaps Dean would like to be the second board member, because Dean, you just mentioned that having a second board member would provide a more reflective, it would be more reflective of the board's views. So I don't see you as the green guy on the board, and you've added some pretty thoughtful and important amendments to some, like our electric first policy. You were really clear that you wanted to make sure that we weren't imagining that our snowplows would be electric vehicles. So your experience both working as a town employee and also thinking about other things besides green, green, green might be a useful balance. I was going to say foil, but I'll stick with balance.
I'm trying to read the body language, but I was looking at Alyssa, unfortunately. Were you like going, oh, that could be good, or oh,
I'll be happy to serve in whatever capacity the select board would like. As you folks know, I'm not shy about my critiques. So I would certainly be, and I think this would be really important that, any policy changes be interactive and, we have enough time to kick this stuff around. So I certainly would not be shy about involving myself with that. But, I think if you and David are comfortable with being the delegates to this, that's fine with me, and I will, I'll get out the red pen.
Great. You have a fine red pen. So Alyssa, you asked some questions. You asked a question about, what sorts of things the working group had proposed. So I have a summary of the main things. First of all, in the section about goals, that we thought we would recast that in terms of the climate action plan, so make it so you think of sustainability as a bigger bucket and climate as a smaller bucket inside that. And we thought that the place where we already have very specific goals is in the climate action plan. So why not, use that? Both the the climate emission goals about, getting the climate emissions down to zero as soon as possible, and then the specific, action steps that were identified in the climate action plan. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The focus, the one about consulting with other organizations, we moved that to potentially to the part 3, the part about reporting on goals. So the notion there was that we would go out to other groups and organizations and say, hey, we're about to do this annual report on progress and sustainability in the town of Acton. What do you got? We also discovered from the staff that a lot of our departments are required to come up with different kinds of reports for the state that are, in a sense, sustainability reports. They include information about, things that were done, materials that we use, and so on. So there might be a way to sort of, use that work as well. We also, we expanded on the definition of sustainability because it was very quickly defined in the policy at a very high level, and we think, everybody has a different sense of what that means. So there was some draft language taking a look at 3 sort of high key areas for the town of Acton, which were climate and water and public health, and kind of trying to give some specific examples and a frame for what sustainability means, environmental sustainability means in that. We also added language that acknowledged the limits of our financial and human resources to be able to apply to these problems. So it's not like, we're not saying, stop doing everything you're doing, town of Acton, and focus only on sustainability. I mean, we know as we go through the day by day, we have to balance this stuff. So that's in there, along with kind of the flip side of that, which is acknowledging that we need, financial and informational help from groups and organizations beyond us, like the state, like the federal government, and like we do. Like we try to get a lot of our more innovative environmental projects done by seeking grants. So it sort of acknowledges that, we can't do this within the constraints of our current budget. Those were the key things. Yeah, and calling it the select board instead of the Board of Selectmen. Yeah. So to summarize, I think what's happening next is that we're going to find a time to sort of read you into this group, David, and then you and I are going to talk about what makes sense, what to bring back. So we will come back after some consulting and editing, and give you guys more to talk about. Are there other comments before we leave this topic, or questions, or no? Okay, that was almost like a decision. So if there are burning comments from the public, I'm happy to make sure they're part of the record. No? Okay. We'll move on. Thank you, everyone. And yeah. That was item 9. Item 10, approved proposal from the Acton Food Pantry for the reuse of 19-21 Maple Street, pending successful negotiation of a lease. So we have a concept, I think, that we can learn from. Is there a group here to take us through it?
Yes, thank you. Just to remind the board where we left off with this, we issued an RFP over the winter. We had a few responses. The one that was recommended by the group that reviewed the proposals was the proposal from the Acton Food Pantry. Lisa Gordon, who serves as the executive director for the food pantry, is here tonight and has prepared some information to share with more details about their proposed use of the facility, because I think the discussion we had at the board meeting a few weeks ago was more higher level, and the purpose of tonight is to give more details about how the food pantry intends to use the space, and hopefully answer some of the questions that were raised at the last meeting, and then I'll give the board an opportunity to ask any additional questions, with the ultimate goal being the motion that is in the agenda, which is to have the board rather approve us moving forward with negotiating a lease. There is an article in the town meeting warrant which relates to the food pantry's use of the property because it's asking us to allow us to lease it for more than 3 years. And so once that's approved, which I hope it will be, and if the board asks me to, I can work with the team to finalize the lease and be back to you with any final approvals that may be required. But I'd invite Lisa Gordon up to present the information discussed. Thanks.
Welcome back. Thank you. I did bring a copy of the proposal if anyone wants to look through it. I know you've gotten it electronically. So I just wanted to make sure if you wanted to look at it, you could look at it. What I did is I structured, rather than repeating what is in the RFP, because I know everybody's seen it, I did get a copy. John sent me copies of questions from the last meeting. So I structured what I'm going to speak about around those questions. And then, of course, I can answer any further questions. First, I want to thank you, Chair, and all the Select Board and Town Manager and Mr. Fagan. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I know there's a lot going on in Acton, and if I may, I'd like to thank all of the volunteers and people involved with the pantry who are all here to support this proposal. So next slide, please. So I started with the floor plan, just to recap a little bit. We are proposing using the entire site that was offered to serve the needs of the pantry. We are prepared to invest a substantial amount to transform the space into what we think will be a really vibrant community resource where the outdoors will reflect the nature of the work that we're doing indoors. So when you drive down Maple Street, you'll be like, this is something special. And I think it will really help add to the plans that are being looked at for South Acton. We are also very committed to working with the town because we are very aware of why this property was purchased. And we want to ensure that we are partners with the town in making sure that the parking is preserved and you'll be able to get out of it what you intended when that starts to come back. Next slide, please. So I put together a little montage here. These are 4 different drawings of food pantries that are around Massachusetts. There's a new vision recently for food pantries, and it revolves around setting things up like a market to be warm, inviting, so that people can shop with dignity. The 2 questions that I feel are appropriate to answer with this slide are, would you be able to use the site and allow us to keep the ambulance company in there? And would you be able to use the site if the garage is eventually demolished to improve site circulation, which, for anybody who doesn't know what that means, the site circulation, that has to do with the parking lot and how people come and go. So 90% of a food pantry is really storage, just like any market. So the actual shopping area does not have to be very large, but the storage area is very large. So that is why we really envision needing the separate garage, the standalone garage, and the entire first floor so that we can set something up that works efficiently and so that we can have the food that we need for the amount of numbers that are coming through the pantry. That being said, if further down the line, you're looking at the parking lot and you're like, we need that standalone garage, I would hope that we could come to some kind of an agreement where we could have some kind of an external storage space that might not be the garage. But part of this plan that makes it really work for us is utilizing everything that was put out in the RFP. And we really want to make sure that the space is warm and inviting and that we can, right now we leave a lot of food on the table, so food rescue is a big deal, and we can't possibly take all the food that is sometimes offered to us simply because we don't have the storage space. So we've been the recipient of a grant. We were able to refrigerate our vans so that we could put some more things in there, like an external refrigerator, but this would really offer us something that we desperately need. Next slide. So the next question we were asked after the last meeting was, are you planning to install an elevator? And if so, have you thought about how and where? So an elevator was not part of our original plan, but through discussions, it seemed very clear that that is something that we need to do. We would not be putting in an elevator, we would be putting in something called a lift. Those are pictures from Danny's place. And I've been in talks now with different contractors. We feel confident that we'll be able to put that in so that people will be able to have accessible access to the second floor. And what we're thinking at this point is there's a garage door that faces the street, and we feel that that would be an excellent place to put doors and build a welcoming lobby, and then put the lift to the right there, so that that would bring people straight upstairs. And the lifts are done so that there could be one person and an aide. So the latest thinking is nobody should be able to go into those things alone. They need to have somebody with them. So that is what we've been looking at. Next slide. Okay, the million-dollar question, I guess, is parking. The next question was, would it work for you if we maintain 95% of the parking spaces for commuter parking? So we have a couple thoughts here. There is pink there. We feel that we'll be able to have enough staff parking and client parking very close to the building. So in the front that's facing Maple Street, on the side, it is a throughway there, but we feel that we could put staff and volunteer parking along the side of the building, and people could block each other in, and we could be efficient about how we do that. We're also proposing, there's a shed next to the freestanding garage. So we're looking at that, and I talked to the contractors about removing the shed, which is falling apart. The side of it is connected to the freestanding garage, so we'd have to reside the freestanding garage, but we're prepared to do that. And we'd be looking at repaving that area. And if that were done, then that whole side of the freestanding garage, it's actually quite large, could become client parking. I discussed with John, and so you'll see some pink that goes into the leased parking area, about having 5 spaces that were what I would call swing spaces. So they could be used by the town and by the clients when they're free. They wouldn't be ones that you lease out because they'd have to be those swing spaces. But we're hopeful and confident that we'll be able to keep things close to the building, which frees up all that rest of the parking and the reason you purchased the building. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is, do you have more details about the renovation proposed? And that's a very big question. We do have more details now because I've met with 2 contractors. We do have an architect who's agreed to come on board and work with us for the scope of work that we need to do. And we do have another architect as well who's willing to work with us. So we've learned a lot. Perhaps in the Q&A, there'll be a more specific question that I can answer. I feel I've been to this building a lot recently. John will attest to, he's getting texts from me, can I have the keys to bring people by? So I've really learned a lot about this building. I've come to realize what a lovely building that it is. So that's a very open-ended question, but I do know a lot more now. So if there are questions about that. I will say that one of the things we learned is that the roof is not insulated. As far as we can tell, there's no heating or cooling on the second floor or ventilation. And so these are all things that we're gonna have to look at seriously, especially to bring it up to Mass Energy Code, so which are very new, the new codes to do with energy. Next slide. Okay, when would you implement renovations, and what contribution would you be asking of the town toward these renovations? So this plan that we put into our RFP has adjusted a little. The time frame of finding out about the RFP here, what's going on, has adjusted a little. But our goal is to work through the summer, should this all go through, so that we have a really good scope of work, and we're making sure that what we are planning on doing is viable and can be done well. Then we would be looking at getting drawings and permits and quotes from our contractors, and we would be planning to start renovations in the fall to late fall. In terms of what we'd be asking for the town, we're looking for a long lease, somewhere between 10 to 15 years, because of what we're putting into the building. And we're also asking that you allow us to pay the very, very modest lease that we asked for. So those were the 2 things that we would be looking from the town for, we're not looking for financial money to be put into the building at this point or now. Next slide. Okay. When would you begin operations? I used this slide to illustrate, this is from last year, the number of clients we've have year over, the year before, the number of individuals, and the amount of pounds of food, which we've already surpassed. So we are incredibly motivated. We are in crisis mode. We are a lot of people in need. Groceries in Massachusetts are at their highest point ever, as we all know. There's rent increases. And so we are looking to start operations as soon as possible, as early into 2025 as we can possibly get. So this is not a project that we will be dragging our heels on, but we also want to do it right. So we will be taking the time to make sure that everything is planned correctly and we know what we're getting into. Next slide. The next question was, what hours would you be open to the public once it is operating? So that's a little bit hard to answer, but these are examples of other pantries that we would be looking to emulate, similarly as we had those market pictures. To give you an idea, we currently are open to clients just 11 hours per week. And that would be 1 full day on Wednesdays and 2 hours on Thursdays when we're actually open for people to come in. And we tend to be closed, well, we are closed on the week that falls on the 4th Wednesday of each month. In our new facility, we are looking to be open at least 3 to 4 times a week. We'd like to have varying hours. We want to make sure that we have times that shoppers can get there. We're also aware, though, that we want to keep it so that we don't have a lot of people all there at once. We want to make sure that traffic is part of the community, that we're not causing any issues. So if we find that there's a time that we're getting too many people, we are willing to go to appointment only as well, which is what is illustrated up there. So again, we want to be good partners with Acton and make sure that the way that we set ourselves up is conducive to our location. The next question for this slide is how many people would be working at the facility on a daily basis? The best I can do in answering this is to tell you what we have now and to let you know that I think it will be fewer people that will be required because we are drive-through and we are a choice pantry, which means that every car that comes up, we have a shopping list and we talk to every single person and we ask them what all their choices are. And then someone goes in and has to do the shopping, and then someone has to weigh the bags, and then they have to be brought out to the car. So every day is a little bit different. Wednesdays are different than Thursdays. We typically, shifts are 2 to 3 hours. We tend to have at least 1 to 2 staff members present for each shift. And each shift right now is 7 to 10 volunteers. So I believe it will be a lot fewer because there won't be as many moving parts, right? People will park, they'll come in, they'll shop, they'll leave. So, next slide. So I want to thank you. I tried to keep this brief because I know you have a long agenda and I know at this point you're halfway through only. I will answer as many questions as I possibly can. I again want to thank the Select Board. I think that a commitment to feed the neediest who live, work, and frequent Acton is an incredible community benefit and an amazing gesture that we've even gotten this far. And I want to thank you for the support. And I think that this really speaks to Acton's commitment to diversity, inclusion, and wanting an Acton that is truly for everyone, because this is a service that you cannot get everywhere. So I will end there. And I don't know if you want me to sit or stand here if there are questions, but.
I'm sure there'll be questions. Thanks. And thank you. I feel like I want to start with John because you've worked very closely with him and he's very familiar, and his staff are very familiar with the details of this proposal. And I wonder, John, if there's anything that you'd like to highlight for us about, you know, special challenges or special opportunities with this proposal.
Well, I think the goal of this project was to have a productive reuse of this facility that benefits the community. And so I believe this proposal does exactly that. In terms of the challenges, I think the challenges from my perspective and what I'm required to do every day here in Town Hall, is make sure we can pay the bills. And so that's the only concern that I have is, first of all, the parking demand is coming back, but it's still not back. So we are relying on the funding from the ambulance company to help with our debt payments that were used to purchase that building. So that would be the only challenge that I see with the proposal is that the benefits of the organization being there are great, but we still need to be able to pay the bills. And so if the parking demand doesn't come back, we'll need to find other ways to do that, which we can do, and we will do if asked. But I just wanted to raise that as an issue. Other than that, I think Lisa and her team have done a good job of trying to conceptualizing the reuse of that building. It is, and I spent a lot of time with the previous owner. It is very structurally sound, concrete everywhere, because he was a concrete guy. So I think there will be some challenges with renovating it, but I'm sure that they'll be able to work through them. And I think our permitting team hasn't really looked at it, but they will when the time comes, and we'll help figure out challenges as they come up. And then the final thing would be circulation on the site. We had a really comprehensive plan to rework that entire parking lot, removing some of the facilities to make a better circulation for people that are using the commuter rail, both as pedestrians and as drop-offs. This use would require us to change that, but that's okay because the state already said, we don't like your ideas and we want you to change it. So we were gonna change it anyways. So it's not a problem. It's just something that I wanted to raise as we will be changing that design and we would incorporate the use of the food pantry's use in that new design.
Thank you so much, John. There might be comments or questions from select board members. David.
Thank you. Yeah, I also have concerns about losing the ambulance lease money. I was hoping that the ambulance would be able to stay there to help defray some of that, but I understand the need for storage. The second thing I wanted to ask, John, was what is the condition of the smaller building? Is it sound enough to keep for the long term?
The garage structure is, as I said, he built things well. So the garage is fine. I think there's a lean-to that's a part of it, which nobody would miss, and it's not in great shape.
Okay, good. That's maybe I was looking more at the lean-to then, because I haven't been down there in a while. But at one point it was looking kind of sad, at least from one side. Is the lift going to be used for clients or staff or both?
I think the lift will be used if we have a small meeting area, not a big assembly area, but, something that a small group of people could have for a meeting with a meeting table. So it would give people access to come up there. I don't see clients, generally speaking, needing to go to the second floor.
Good, great. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting. I just wanted to make sure. Just to comment on the days and times, obviously for parking, Friday and Saturday are the least have the least parking needs if all the parking comes back. John, I would like to see the whatever lease payments we have cover the basic maintenance of the building. I don't know exactly what that means, but painting from time to time, roofing from time to time, that kind of thing. So that at least that is assuming that the parking comes back, the parking could cover the debt payments on the land. But anyway, I don't know if you have a comment on that.
Sure. Yeah, I think the proposal was a nominal payment, or not really a payment at all, $1 a month. So I think but in lease agreements, and we've done this in other communities, in terms of what you mentioned, maintenance of the building, we could require the food pantry to maintain the building to the extent that it applies to their use of the building. And we could also look at capital improvements. I mean, if they're going to be there for 10 or 15 years, we could come to an agreement on how costs are shared over that period for any capital improvements that are required that are not related to the food pantry's use of the building, which would be like the roof or another example, that I can't think of, but that type of thing. So that could, if it ends up being no money, then we could require them to invest in the facility over the life of the lease. They're proposing a huge renovation, which should make it kind of in good shape for a while, but there will always be things that come up with a building, as we all know.
Yes.
And that can be worked into the lease.
So my concern is that the town not be on the hook for additional costs. I mean, I'd like to have the food pantry pay as little rent as possible, but having, losing the ambulance lease is, I just want to make sure that we don't get stuck with some cost there. And finally, if keeping the smaller building, would hurt circulation long-term if the parking lot was relayed out, I was just wondering about the possibilities of making that first tenth of a mile of Maple Street two-way, so that the circulation could be on the street rather than through the parking lot. So that's just an idea. In other words, people could, I'm not expecting you to answer that today, but that's just an idea for, so I was kind of expecting that maybe that building wasn't in good shape, but you're telling me it's in good shape. And so if that is staying, then we may need to make circulation improvements eventually, and maybe that little bit of Maple Street could be made two-way. Thank you. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Fran?
I'm so excited for this project. I hope that it comes together. I just wanted to mention that this building, although it's not in the historic district, I'm going to be the historic nag now. It is on the cultural resource list. And I think the building that you were talking about is an old salt shed, which I don't think is included on the inventory sheet, but you might want to check in with the historical commission when renovation times are upon you, because I think that their bylaw, they have to see everything if you alter 25% of the building or something like that. So
You're talking about what I call a shed, and the thing that's attached to the freestanding garage?
That's what I'm understanding, no?
No, I mean, I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a weird roof with
Yeah.
some railway tracks underneath it.
Yeah.
So, but I am, of course, willing to check with anybody to make sure that
Yeah.
I'm very pro-historic preservation,
Yeah.
so.
So that's all I had to say. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming back. I'm also very excited to see this project moving forward. The question that you addressed about the parking, I don't remember which of us asked 95%. So I appreciate the pink lines on the diagram and the number of spaces that would be swing spaces, but I'm not clear what the answer is, because it's not looking like it's 95%. Is it about 50% of the parking would be? And I understand that number could shift, but the number of spaces that could be reserved for commuters.
So if you look at the striped parking now, the only part of striped parking that we're taking are 5, that is swing space. The rest, all of those are ones we're going to create. They're not parking spaces
Okay.
now, they're not being leased.
So the answer
So we
to
were
that question is
really-
yes.
Well, I don't know what 95% is, so I have to admit. I knew, though, that the goal was for us to interrupt the city's needing to lease spaces as little as possible. And so that's why we've sort of worked with that. I suppose if we can't remove the shed, then, we'll have to get creative maybe because that creates a nice line that could be a lot of spaces. But we are committed to working with the town because of your commitment to helping, us potentially be in a space that would be better for us.
And also, I appreciate the itemized list. I think I asked for that, and that's very helpful to see. In terms of the costs for the improvements on the exterior, you mentioned that you would be paving with that removal of the, I don't know what to call it, shed. And I know that the town has plans for improving circulation, which I didn't realize the state didn't like. So that's kind of disappointing. But how do you envision, or maybe this is a question for the town manager, the sharing of those different exterior paving and infrastructure costs?
So we are not at a point where we can contribute to the paving of that space, which I was told is, I don't know if John wants me to repeat the cost that he gave me, so I'll leave to John. I feel like if we remove the shed, that is on us to, and that's one of the things that we're willing to do, to be good neighbors and to think, to recognize what your goals are. And that would have to be, because there's railway ties there now. So it's not like you could remove the shed and just have parking there. But that's a very small space.
And I just had one other question. Oh, two other questions. Do you expect shoppers to come on the commuter train? It seems like it would be really inconvenient to get off the train and then catch the next one, which might be an hour later.
Well, I'm thinking that it may be people who live in Acton who are coming in and maybe
that's the
utilizing
final
the
stop.
pantry. There's also a new van service that Boxborough has started, a mart, and that is currently going to our pantry. This is new, which is fantastic for us. And we would be looking to have that also loop in, because they're coming to where we are now, and we would say, why don't you come over here? So we're hoping that will work. One of the things that we like about this location is it's not hidden away. People can ride their bicycle. It's on a trail. We have a lot of families. It's near a playground. It's also near the Gleaners, who we work very closely with. So there are a lot of positives from that point of view. But I do think there are people who work in Acton who are food insecure, and so they'd be able to come by before they get on the train. And I think there are some workers who maybe leave Acton who could then stop when they come back in at the food pantry.
Okay, thanks. And then my final question was the use of the upstairs space. Do you envision that being open to community organizations at no cost, or is that a potential income generator?
We haven't gotten that far because we know it'll be a small, when I put this proposal together, rather than calling it community space, I probably should have said it was meeting space, because we'd be looking for it to be small. And as I said, there's a lot of things about the upstairs that are unknowns that we did not know when we did this, like primarily the lack of ventilation and heating and cooling and all of those. So that is something we want to do. I don't know if we'll be able to do that in the first pass, but I feel like this could be a vibrant space where we have volunteers coming. I would love to offer it to book clubs, to figure out how to do that. That may have to come a little later, though, just because of the things that we're learning. And then in terms of whether we collect a fee or not, that wouldn't be a secret. I'm happy to talk about that. We're not looking to generate revenue and not pay rent, so we could figure that out.
David?
Yeah, I just wanted a quick comment on, in the map, the pink area was originally going to be part of the drop-off and was not supposed to be parking spaces. And we originally wanted to have an entrance to the station that was closer to the bridge, and that's the part the state didn't like us to do. So we're really not losing any parking, we're losing flow, which is why I asked about possibly making Maple Street two-way just to the end of the parking lot. Right. But whatever works out, so we're really not really losing too much parking.
Other comments, questions? Dean?
Yeah, I think regarding the upstairs space that will be accessed by a lift, personally, I don't see any particular need that this should be public meeting space. Certainly, it should be accessible, but I hope in the negotiations, the town manager doesn't start pushing towards, I can't see having the Conservation Commission meet there or something like that. I think, we've got, especially with continuing to do a lot of virtual meetings, it doesn't seem to me that we have much of a need for municipal meeting space. Any small group that the food pantry might want to work with, or just have your own staff and volunteers hang out there, I think that would probably be a better use of the space. If you go down that route of saying, okay, well, it's going to be accessible to the public, then you've got, how do you get the place open? How do you get it closed? Supervision, that sort of thing. I just think that's a bridge too far for you folks to deal with. So I hope the town manager keeps those thoughts in mind in his negotiations.
John, you're indicating an
Sure,
interest in
I think
speaking.
I have no interest in having to try to program another meeting space. That's not really the purpose of discussing in length. It was more the proposal stated that it was a community gathering space. And that's what raised the questions. If it's going to be an internal meeting space for food pantry staff, then it may or may not need the same measures as a community space would.
Fran?
One comment, you could have classes on composting or something like that. That'd be cool. Classes on composting.
Oh, I fully expect that one of the nice things about moving and being part of the community would be that we could put on a lot more additional programming, and so really be a service, because really the goal here isn't to just keep providing, it's also to work with people so that they move on. And we just had our annual event. We had someone there who bought a ticket and said, I used to come to your pantry, and I'm so excited that I could buy a ticket, and I have moved on from that. So the programming possibilities, the things that we could do when we have moved are just limitless, I think. Yeah, so composting's a great idea. Could I add something? Just one of the things that John and I were discussing is that there will be a period of time where we're working on the scope of work and we're really planning, and there's really no need for the EMT or muddy water coffee to, I said to John I'd work with him so that he knows our scheduling, so that nobody has to move out prematurely, so that that can continue until we really need, like, okay, this is the date we're gonna be going through the wall.
Thank you. My only comment is I'm enthusiastic about this project. I recognize that there's a revenue gap that gets created because of the lack of the income, which will eventually be met by increased commuter income. By supporting this project, I recognize that I'm putting the town in a position where it has a little bit more financial need, a requirement to fill that gap. I'm okay with that. I think this is a tremendously important community need that you're filling, and you'll be able to fulfill it even more powerfully by this. So I think it's worthy of the town's support from our human service mission as well. So let's do this thing. I think who has that motion right in front of them? We had a motion in mind that the manager would like to see. What? It's right in the agenda? Oh, so.
I move, can I?
Please.
I move that we approve the proposal from the Acton Food Pantry for reuse of 1921 Maple Street pending successful negotiation of the lease.
Second?
Absolutely, especially if people don't like this idea, because we're about to approve it. So hearing from people that think this is a bad idea would be really useful. But a short statement in favor of it is also wonderful.
Thank you. I'll go sit down, but if you need me to come
Yeah.
answer anything, I'll come back up.
Yeah. Thanks, Lisa.
Hi, Franny Osmond, 16 Half Moon Hill. I had a couple questions that I wanted to ask, so I'll just ask them all. And I might have missed them by not reading the material, so I apologize. I always have wondered if this was the best location. It's great because it's an inexpensive town location, a town-owned location that the food pantry can use, and I was glad to hear that there were reasons to be at the train station, but in some ways I feel like it's not the best use of something that's right on the train. So my question was the same as Alyssa's, what relationship they would have with the train, and so I have a question if people can come from other towns and utilize the food pantry. That would be good to know. And is there going to be an accessible pathway between the property and the train platform? Right now, unless we build the ramp where it was supposed to be, which I heard that the MBTA isn't happy about doing it there, even though there's a panel that's supposed to be removed from the train station for a ramp to the south side. It's right now very awkward, you'd go east and then you'd come west all the way to the thing and then you cross over. It's very annoying. If somebody came from West Concord, say, to go to this food pantry right now, they would have to get out, go up one elevator, across, down another elevator, all the way down the platform and then back. It's just, so I want to know what the plans are for an accessible pathway. And I might have missed it. There was a lot of requests for coffee, for warmth, because a lot of people idle in the winter, and in order to avoid that, we need to have a place where people can stand, and for bathrooms. This has been requested for many years, and I want to make sure that by going through with this, we're not just cutting that off, and that there are plans to utilize some of the building space for those things. Thanks.
Thanks, Franny. There might be answers to those questions, either from Lisa or the town manager, or from select board members, either about the pathway into the, from the train station, especially the far side, to the food pantry, whether there's going to be accessible or at least publicly available bathrooms, and is there any hope of a place for coffee service?
So with regard to the accessible pathways, I think that a use like the food pantry might better position us to get support for state and federal funds to make improvements to the parking lot and the circulation. If we can say, yeah, it's an important commuter rail hub, transportation is important, and it's meeting needs for food security. So I think that, yes, there are things that we want to improve with, but we've been trying to improve with the way the site, with people get around the site, and there are not any imminent plans to do that, or actually any imminent funding to do that. We've asked in the capital plan for the last few years for $600,000. It wasn't approved. We've asked MassWorks. Mass DOT doesn't really like the plan, so maybe this change will give us some inspiration and some new support that we didn't have before.
Nice. And the question perhaps for Lisa was the use of the Acton Food Pantry by people that don't live in Acton. Is that part of the plan, or is that a possibility, or?
Our food pantry is open to anybody who suffers from food insecurity, so we already have a lot of people who come from outside of Acton and Boxborough. So we have a large amount that are Acton and Boxborough, and then we have a pretty high percentage of people who come from other areas. And there's no question in my mind that we will be serving people who will be using the commuter rail in that capacity. And certainly if there's somebody when we're open who needs to use the facilities, we would never turn someone away from using the bathroom. So we want to be, as I said before, an amenity that's for the community as a whole as well. And I would love it if Muddy Waters stayed around as the food truck for our volunteers and for everyone else. So I'm kind of hoping, and I'm hoping it'll bring in maybe a restaurant and a coffee shop and some other things in Acton. So I hope that answers that question.
Great. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you so much. That answered a couple of my questions. Because I had heard that the food pantry limits to certain surrounding areas, and so I'm glad to find out that that's not the case. I hope that the food pantry doesn't require an ID. That would make me very sad. And where the town's plans, and I know tenants aren't the only clients for the food pantry, but I think as a nonprofit, you have to be careful about supporting political positions on policy, especially where they're controversial. And I know that a tenants group has been looking at these plans for rezoning. In my view, it's an economic incentive to destroy 30 homes down a railroad street. So I really wish you look closely at this. If you take a position, anybody, please invite people that have differing positions to come tell you and show you the numbers. And so, yeah, that's it. And the community events. And everything that Franny was saying, I love all that. Thank you so much.
So one of the board members can remind me of where we're at. I do remember hearing a motion. Did it get seconded?
Yes.
Okay. And we heard some more comments about it. Are there any final comments before we vote on this motion? No? Yes. Excellent. Hi.
Hi, Renee Soul, 26 Taylor. I just want to thank you guys for supporting us and supporting the food pantry. We're all in this together. It takes a village, and we really appreciate that you guys are on board with us. So thank you. And don't forget to pick the garlic mustard.
It was a garlic mustard reference. Yeah, yeah. When I'm not here, I'm in different clothing, picking garlic mustard out of the conservation lands. Okay, so that we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
That's unanimous. John, thanks for continuing to work on this. Hey, that's fun. You don't usually get applause. I'm probably supposed to discourage it, but it's okay. Once a meeting should fit. The next item is called Item 11, Approve 2024-2031 Open Space and Recreation Plan Letter of Review. And Alyssa prepared this for us. Alyssa, do you want to tell us anything about it?
No, I don't want to say anything about it because I can't get into the meeting packet.
Do you want my screen?
No, I mean, I don't have anything to say except
Great.
this is an awesome plan that took place over multiple years and had so much involvement from so many town departments and public community groups and individuals. And I'm very happy to endorse it and would love any feedback that you want to provide on the wording in the letter.
Okay, comments or questions?
I think the letter sounds great.
I agree with Fran. Letters looked great to me. I didn't have any changes to recommend. Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, great. Comments, questions?
Yes, I look at the packet pretty regularly, and I didn't see a copy of it for the public to review. And so I still have the same comments about pocket parks, great road as a village, as opposed to just large open space next to already wealthy people. So a goal like, 30%, you have a metric to actually achieve. I think that'd be really powerful. Thank you so much.
On a related note, let's make sure to get a link to that OSRP for public comment in a public location, because it is a little tricky to find, so that people can make their comments, because there's more room for comments.
Also, the invalid license thing keeps showing up. I guess it's because we're getting close to town meeting, but
Yeah, Tara's noting that the DocuShare can run out of public access. So, yeah, trying at odd hours is sometimes good. Any other questions or comments? Tom?
I am happy to update the board that the planning department submitted this to DCR, and we've received approval of the draft plan, or acceptance of the draft plan, I should say, and that now qualifies us for DCR grants, which include the park grant and land grant as well.
Okay. And to go along with that, I'll note that the unfinished chapters include all of our review letters and include any public comments that come in before the actual document is finalized. So but that's great news that the core of it has been accepted. Alyssa?
Do we have a date for when public comment is due on the draft?
So, who would know? Anybody in our electronic audience know when the last comments would be due? No? Okay. We'll find that out and let the public know. Okay. So you made a motion?
Not yet.
Okay.
I move to approve the 2024 to 2031 Open Space and Recreation Plan Letter of Review from the Select Board.
Second.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, right, yeah, do you, yeah, it's in the packet
The
now.
letter's been in the packet.
Yeah.
It's been in the packet before today?
Yeah.
The packet just got started yesterday.
No.
No, it came
Anyways,
out-
whatever.
came out on
If
Friday.
nobody else is complaining, I won't.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Okay, so we finished a motion, it got seconded. Any other additional comments or questions about the letter of review? No, okay. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, 10:10, so I'm staring at the agenda and thinking about the rest of the things here. These are all important to get done, so I don't see any alternatives here. Okay, item 12 is called Discuss Request from Finance Committee to Postponing MBTA's Zoning Article. It seems like, Christy, you're still here and you wrote the letter. Do you want to say anything about it before we discuss it, or what?
Thank you. So I'd like to make it really clear, we are not expressing any opinion in this request about MBTA zoning. Especially in override year, it is the Finance Committee's responsibility to look at the cost of everything we do. We have been told the costs of noncompliance relative to grants, loans, low-interest loans lost, et cetera. The planning process has involved the planning department saying repeatedly that impact studies are extremely hard/impossible to do because we don't know how much building will actually happen in what time frame. What the Finance Committee is asking for is a time to find information coming at it from the other direction of at what point in the development of the town will we hit certain expense requirements, such as how close are the schools, school buildings to hitting a capacity that requires significant renovation, or the building of a new building. As I sent you, there's a letter from the Water District that expresses concern about water capacity in the current system. I recognize that if that is a problem, people can put wells in. That's still a strain on our water system, which has ridiculously large expenses if we decide to connect to the MWRA, and takes an extremely long time to happen. Again, I'm not arguing anything against MBTA. I'm asking you to please give us a chance to get the information that we need to present a strong opinion. Our request for delay is often tied to this idea of being related to people who do not want the MBTA zoning to happen. That is not at all the case here. We are chartered with giving a purely financial reasoning recommendation for what we're doing. We believe that we have a way to get the information to provide that because of the late submission decision by the planning board to put forward this article into town meeting. They shows it on the April. I keep trying to call this month August. They chose that on April 10th during one of our meetings to bring it forward. Because of the special town meeting, we did not get a chance to discuss it until April 23rd, which is when we sent you the request. So we have not had a chance to collect the information necessary. There is not a tight time constraint on getting this done, in that the requirement is not until December 31st that we adopt the zoning, if that is what we are doing. I'd also like to point out that the Finance Committee does not lightly ask for the possibility of a special town meeting to address something. We appreciate the expense and time, et cetera, of that full request. Let me just check. Oh, and I might have already said, I'm sorry, I don't know how you all function this late in the evening. We are not asking for an impact study. We've been told that what we are asking for here might seem in contradiction to the article at the special town meeting that was voted down. We are not asking for that. We are asking for information that should be relatively easy, and as I said, comes from the opposite direction of understanding our limitations in the town, at which point they would trigger large, significant expenses. And if there's any answers you'd like to me give or comments after people speak, I suspect we're going to get yelled at a lot about this. I'm happy to come back up. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy, for explaining that. We did get a preliminary note from town manager based on consultations with the planning staff. There are any parts of that, John, that it would be relevant to say out loud at this meeting as part of the discussion?
Yeah, I think I'd like to share the full thing. I wasn't expecting to have that opportunity, so I could find it in a minute and bring it up. But just generally, I think that the Finance Committee had a member of its committee on the working group for the South Acton Village planning process. The fact that the planning board submitted the warrant article in April doesn't make it a surprise that this article was coming forward. It's certainly something that we had talked about. The Finance Committee received a presentation from the planning director in late September, probably a 20-minute presentation about the whole thing. That was part of the 2-year community engagement process that the staff and volunteers engaged in. Many of them are in this room. It was a robust process, as planners like to say, included everyone in the community that was interested in it, whether it was at the library or at public meetings like this. And they got a lot of good feedback from everyone, including the Finance Committee, throughout the process and adjusted the plan accordingly. To me, the request to count school children that may use up space in schools is problematic, and I'm not interested in doing it. Mm-hmm. It sounds like it might be violating some anti-discrimination things that I'm worried about. Mm-hmm. And I can find the rest of my notes.
Thank you. There might be comments from board members. Oh, yes, there are. Dean.
Yeah, I can certainly understand the Finance Committee's interest in looking at long-term capital expenditures that might be brought about by this. A couple of factors. As far as expanding schools, we certainly kicked around enough in anticipation of the override how our student population has dropped precipitously over the last 10 years. So, if Conant School needs to get rebuilt at some point, that's going to have to happen whether the MBTA zoning is initiated or not. But for the rest of it, we've got, depending upon your time frame, anywhere from 1,000 to only 500 fewer students than we had at some time in the past. Likewise, for some of our public safety infrastructure, I can't imagine anything happening as a result of the MBTA. It's going to cause us to need to put a third story on our public safety building. We've got 4 fire stations now that are nicely situated throughout town. Yes, they're going to need repairs, they're going to need repairs regardless of what happens with the zoning. Next big bite is Public Works building. That is something that we've been talking about for many years, long before the governor and the state legislature came up with this law. We're going to need it anyway. As far as the marginal operational expenses, yeah, maybe that's a problem, but I can't imagine how you could project that. With all due respect, with the opinions of the Finance Committee, this is kind of like asked and answered. We spent, pick a number, $8,000, $10,000 to have a special town meeting to hash this out. 2/3 majority said we don't want to hash it out any longer. The thought of spending another $10,000 or $15,000 in September, I'm not in favor of that idea. And I think no matter what happens at all of those town meetings, there's still going to be a portion of the population that's just going to say, you need more information, you need more information, you need more information. And I don't particularly like the way all of this was foisted upon all of the communities, but there it is. We have a housing crisis in this state, and this is a way to deal with it. So I would not be in favor of taking this off the agenda for the upcoming town meeting.
Thank you. Fran?
I'm going to read. So I also disagree with pulling the MBTA community law from the warrant. The select board, although not unanimous, has recommended this article, and now it is in the hands of the voters of Acton. This proposed new zoning change, in conjunction with the South Acton 1 and 2 zoning proposal, has had 2 years of community outreach with lots of citizens' input. I know the concern has been displacement of renters, which we all should be sensitive to, and impact studies. However, this article is just to put zoning in place should the opportunity arise that a developer or homeowner choose to build under the MBTA zoning overlay. This law does not mandate development, nor can we predict what may or may not be built. Zoning is just a tool. It will be the private developers who will have to do their own due diligence, which includes impact studies. I also, with all due respect to the Finance Committee, I did hear, a comment about, maybe we can wait and see how litigation works out for other towns. And to me, that's not complying. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. David?
So the biggest things the Finance Committee was concerned about were schools and water availability. And those two things really are not the town government, right? And that information can be obtained from those two entities and could have been obtained from those two entities any time over the past 2 years. I'll say a couple things about the water supply here. For the memo from the Water District, worries a little bit more about groundwater protection and the pipe capacity in South Acton. So the groundwater protection, we have some of the best groundwater protection laws in the state. The nice thing about the MBTA Communities Act is it doesn't allow anybody to violate those. Some 40B developments can get around local laws. The MBTA community zoning does not. The pipe capacity in South Acton, that may or may not be an issue, but the Water District is not required to serve any new development. Or if a new development wanted to be put in that exceeded the pipe capacity in South Acton, the development could offer to add larger pipes down the streets. So I don't see that as being an issue. Either it doesn't happen because there's not enough capacity, or the development pays for it. Again, water services is not required. And I agree with Dean that there's lots of capacity in the schools right now. And so I don't see that as being a problem either. And anyway, this question could have been asked any time in the past 2 years.
Alyssa.
Thanks. First, I want to offer that our recommendation of this article was unanimous. The one that wasn't unanimous was the decision to not recommend the article at special town meeting. So, just to make that correction. You're welcome. I just want to address the idea to come at this from the other direction. That sounds like it might work out, to find out at what point are we in trouble with town services or water supply or wastewater. But if what the planning staff has been telling us is that these analyses cannot be done because there's really no way to project, determine the timeline and the number of units or the types of commercial developments, we still can't understand at what point we're going to get to that point. So that's a great analysis to do. You know, when are we going to need new firefighters or new police officers or an additional school or more roads, or when are we going to run out of water? That's fine, but it doesn't seem to be related to this in so much as we can't actually know when we will get to that point. So we might be able to find out half of that information. We've already heard that the Finance Committee had a representative on the South Acton Vision and Action Plan Advisory Group. I want to note that the Economic Development Committee also had a representative, and for the last year and a half, they've had a standing agenda item for an update from that working group, and that could have been something that the Finance Committee did as well in order to, keep on this. I realize that the Finance Committee was overtaken with the budget process and the override decision. So was the school committee, so was the select board, and we still managed to accomplish other businesses that we needed to do. And just reiterating that there is no requirement from this zoning to build anything. It's just a requirement to zone for it. And that's all I have.
David?
So I also wanted to say, a couple meetings ago, a couple members of the Finance Committee proposed that we develop some way of modeling proposed zoning changes in the future, such that we could, at a relatively low cost, determine some kind of comparative impact. And I've said I think that's an interesting idea. I mean, it's a big deal. It would be difficult to do, but I think if members of the Finance Committee are interested in doing that. So one member of the Finance Committee said that we should take a year to try to figure that out. I think that's an interesting idea, and maybe we should try to figure that out. I mean, I think everybody wants to know what the possible impact from a zoning change is, and maybe there's some way of modeling that, and I think that's worth exploring myself.
Alyssa?
I had one other point. It seems that this information is wanted in order to enable the Finance Committee to make a recommendation or not for this particular article to help inform town meeting voters. And to me, that goal is not worth taking it off the warrant and the expense of a special town meeting, because there have been, and probably are on this warrant, articles that don't have a recommendation from the Finance Committee. And this is up to town meeting voters, so there's already a risk that we're going to have to bring it back at special town meeting, and that is if it doesn't pass.
So people have spoken a lot of what was on my mind. I'll add a couple things. I've been very concerned about, water impacts and sewer impacts in a variety of contexts. When I looked at both the South Acton zoning and the associated South Acton village zoning, what I saw was the two places where we're going to see relatively immediate relatively immediate, within a few years development, are the two SAV2 districts, the one on Central Street and the one down on Powder Mill, where 25 units per acre is allowed. So I can easily see, the 5 acres on Central Street that's buildable, having 25 units per acre and, adding, 125 new units. I can also see, similar numbers, slightly larger down in the Powder Mill district. But these are not numbers that scare me in terms of our capacity. The sewer capacity, there's already a memorandum of understanding between the Powder Mill developer and the town of Acton about, their contributions to, the sewer capacity, and the place along Central Street is outside of the sewer district. And I don't see any appetite on this board to expand the sewer district, especially at, that far enough away from the current lines. They have a package treatment plan now, and they're going to have to, figure out a way of using that again, expanding that if necessary for new building. The other parts of the South Acton Village zoning and the MBTA zoning are going to be much more slow. There's the allowing of residential above commercial, the requirement of it for new commercial buildings. So you have a scattering of residential units on some new commercial building. As we know, there hasn't been a big blossoming of commercial development in South Acton. There could be someday, I hope so, but that's not a large number of new units. And similarly, with the multifamily allowed at 10 units per acre along Central Street, these are lots that already have, perfectly functional buildings on them, where there's not going to be, some big movement to, for a family to suddenly leave the house that it's been living in and, say, oh, yeah, sure, we'd much rather, we'd like to redevelop it this way. There might be some of that, but it's not going to be a huge amount. And at 10 units per acre, some of those 1 acre lots can have, an additional 10 units. These are not scary numbers. We've already spoken to the school issue, that we already have a drop in enrollment, so, a little bit of increases. It's lovely, we can handle that. With sewer, we're not expanding our sewer district in order to accommodate new housing unless we are convinced that we have the capacity to handle it. And we're awfully close to our capacity now, so there's not much appetite on the board for expanding it. Same thing with water, as has been pointed out. What happened before when we lost a bunch of water quality back in the W.R. Grace days is we stopped connecting new buildings. And that's a distant possibility, but it's a possibility. What's not a possibility is that we will suddenly run out of water. We just might stop having new connections. That's it. Alyssa?
Thanks. I'd love to just add one more point about school enrollment. The state calculator for multifamily is 0.4. So multifamily development brings in a lot fewer children than single-family homes. So if we're worried about number of school children, we need to worry more about subdivisions with 4 or 5 bedroom homes than a multifamily building.
Thanks for that reminder. I'm just going to make sure we get a motion on the table before we hear comments, because then you can respond to the actual motion. So it sounds like, or we could just take no action, right? We could just say we don't. Yeah, okay. So yes, we could hear comments now.
So first of all, other towns did the analysis. Milton, for example. This 0.4 multiplier is for average for a state, not a high demand market like Acton for schools. I'm sad that you guys don't think that the FinCom's opinion is worth that much. In terms of water quotes, I just want to read, the Acton Water District to the Planning Board, wasn't even discussed at the Planning Board hearing, changes in use and density in this area may pose a threat to water. David said, well, that seemed to be more about water protection, but it says could use up and exceed the remaining available capacity. They said that in their memo. So the 125 at Dover Heights, the site is 26 acres, 25 at the main site plus the extra acre that the same owner owns, so that's 26. 25 times 26 is 350 units. If you look at the 8.8 buildable times the number of square feet and the number of floors, I beg to differ with your 125. I think it's at least 200, perhaps even more like 300. And these are the kinds of impacts that drive people to sell a house for $1 million because the developer can make 10 million by putting all the houses on that site. And the tenants are asking us to do these studies. The summer would give us that time, or we can just go and vote on it on the 7th. And then, see what happens, because, I thought we were a progressive community that cares about people who are vulnerable. You have a group of people who have said, please care about us, and you guys seem to just railroad without doing the analysis, and it makes me very sad. And I hope that the Democrats or whoever else is out there in the audience can let us come talk instead of just the person who's a professional developer. Let's talk about like who is actually making these comments and, listen to the tenants. Listen to the tenants, Franny, okay? We can't just like get new poor people that can afford it. It's not a really good thing to say, and so anyways, I'm sad that it looks like you don't care to postpone. And I hope anybody out here will vote this down. It's not the time. We need to get more information. There's now been a case filed in federal court that it's against constitutional rights. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't read the case yet. But there's strong, sometimes, believe it or not, zoning can be really bad. Okay, it can be, not inclusive, exclusive. But on the other hand, if it's protecting tenants to keep that zoning the same, then that's a really significant thing to pay attention to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Cruz, Station Way.
Was that something you wanted to say before there was more public comment, Fran? I wasn't clear.
Just want to say that I take really very seriously the opinions of our other committees, especially the Finance Committee. They are a guide, so that's all.
Yeah. Quick comment, please.
If you read the Water District memo correctly, the capacity issue is a piping capacity issue in South Acton. We're not running out of water. We only pump 3/4 of what we're allowed to pump. They just drilled 2 new deep bedrock wells. It's not out of the question that the state would allow us to pump more. We don't need more. We have plenty of water. There is water quality issues in town, both with iron and manganese and PFAS. There is not a quantity problem.
I beg you to look at the facts and read the memo yourself and see that it talks about the permit and the capacity of, we haven't even looked at the aquifer.
I'm well aware of that, and the planning department has answered that memo. Thank you.
Please.
Hi. Okay, I must say that I don't understand jack of what is being said, other than my reason for saying not so much a no against this MBTA zoning law. Listen, I get it. I get that the governor and the legislators created this, and I understand the reasoning why they created it. The problem is not that we necessarily need more housing. The problem is, how do we prevent homelessness? Building more housing is not going to prevent homelessness or fix homelessness issues. You know what's gonna do that? Rent control. You know what's gonna do that? Ending greediness. And with this new MBTA proposal that's coming out, that the zoning and being changed, that's exactly what you're doing when you look at a person like me and tell me that logistics with the water and sewer, I don't care about that. And I'm being honest, I don't care about that, because regardless of whether they're wrong or right or the studies need to be done, that still doesn't stop people from ending up homelessness in the future. all right? You're saying you want to build more because it's needed. Yeah, indeed, more housing is needed, but it's not just about building new housing. It's about making it affordable. Having an AMI of 80 doesn't solve nothing. Lance and I together make $70,000 a year, and we live for public housing. You want to know why I live in public housing? Because I can't afford it at $70,000 a year between me and my partner, because there is no structure in place for people like me. So when a person like me stands up and argues why this is not feasible, is exactly for the reason that none of you want to listen to people like me. And then we get insulted and say, oh, that's not democracy. If I can't come up here and say what I need to say, then what's the point of having democracy at all? We need to do better by listening to the people and the reason behind something shouldn't pass or should be withheld. I'm not saying that it doesn't need to pass. I'm saying before it passes, let's protect people that are already there, and let's fight for something that's meaningful. And that means making things affordable, not at an 80% AMI. It doesn't solve the problem. We're gonna see the same things happening over and over again because nobody wants to end greed. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Thank you. Oh, you press that little button there.
Sorry. Bob Van Meter, Chair of Acton Housing for All. I think that the Select Board has accurately summarized some of the issues with the FinCom's letter. I just want to add, I think that the Planning Board and the planning staff have looked very hard at the issues of affordability and potential displacement. And I think many of the concerns of residents at Dover Heights that had been brought up by one of the previous speakers have been addressed at the Planning Board meeting a couple of weeks ago. And I think that the town, to my knowledge, is planning to see if we can pursue a higher inclusionary percentage if the market analysis justifies that. And I would urge the Select Board to do as it seems you are inclined to do and take no action on the FinCom's recommendation.
Hi, Franny Osmond, Half Moon Hill. First, I want to apologize to one of the previous speakers for laughing. I was laughing because I felt that they were pointing to somebody who spent their life working on affordable housing, including developing affordable housing, and speaking about them as a bad developer or something. And so that's why I laughed, and I apologize. It wasn't nice. I really appreciate everything you all have said, and I agree with it. And I would ask you to not get waylaid by thinking about this. I do think any financial studies are great. And no matter what happens with the state, I'm happy to see if the Finance Committee encourages some study. But for now, we just don't want any more delaying tactics. For the MBTA to not happen would have wasted 2 years of the planner's work. I was wondering, I don't know if you have a number that estimates how much has been spent on this so far. But I assume it's a lot, and cost of delaying it would be not only those 2 years, but the future work that would have to be done, and the slower response to the housing crisis. This is a way of adding housing. It's not perfect. I just don't want to delay based on this. I feel like some of the concerns that people have, talking about school children, whatever, is pointing to words like character and that they don't like change. And I feel like if you want to keep some of the rural character, support open space purchases, support agricultural efforts, support transit to reduce congestion. But allowing this zoning, all it does is add to the 400 acres that we have of multi-zoned acres compared to 9,000 single-family in Acton. And it will allow people who live in those houses to have a choice of maybe staying in town because they add units to their building. Anyway, thank you for taking no action or deciding not to do this right now.
Janet, before you get started.
Yep. Janet Adachi, Simon Hapgood Lane. Did you?
Janet, I just wanted to interrupt before you got going.
Sure.
What I'm thinking about is the time. I'm thinking that I've heard from all the board members, so I already know that we're not going to support further action, and that if we want to debate zoning, that's what town meeting's for. So just want to I want to have you keep that in mind. I'm very happy to hear from you as long as it's short, but it may be the right time for us to move on to the other couple of
I
things on
will
our
be
agenda.
brief because I'm not going to talk about zoning, about how the law, Article 12 is going to create housing, any of that. Anyhow, I have a very quick point. One, I think that the select board should retain Article 12 on the town meeting warrant and allow there to be a robust discussion at town meeting, as the town manager says, robust, very good way of discussing anything. And I think that the select board should respectfully decline or whatever, take no action on the finance committee's requests. You're elected officials, you represent the interests of everybody in the town. You recommended Article 12, and I think you should stand by that, okay? And as I said, allow there to be a full discussion at town meeting. I'm a little bit concerned about FinCom's sort of imposing this request at the 11th hour. It's a little bit unusual. And it seems as if it's an attempt to take a second bite of the apple, the first bite having been at special town meeting with the article that was seeking to require the select board to have an impact analysis before any zoning proposal could become law. And of course, as we all know, at that special town meeting on the 17th, the vote, FinCom endorsed the article and ended up on the losing side with the vote 72 supporting that article and 147 against. And so I'm a little bit puzzled by this sort of renewed effort to derail, I guess, the MBTA zoning proposal ultimately, especially because it involves disappearing Article 12 from the warrant and then depriving the public, the voters, of the opportunity to hear more about it or talk about it or vote on it. And I don't feel comfortable with a non-elected committee trying to kind of circumvent the democratic process that the annual town meeting represents. So I urge you to do what you've already decided to do, which is to take no action, retain Article 12 on the special town meeting and let it go to full discussion and vote. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to go on the public record that I have rarely been as offended as I am by this committee. With the exception of Jim, you have all condescended to the finance, that the Finance Committee did not do its work. Yes, we were extremely involved in the South Acton Vision Plan. We chose to not question it until the plan was complete, the costs of it. We have been repeatedly told through the planning process that the costs couldn't be found, couldn't be figured out. When we had a final plan to review, we asked questions about it. I came in here expecting to be shot down. I did not expect to come in here and be told that my committee did not do its job, that we were attempting to take a second bite at an apple for trying to demonstrate that we have done our due diligence, again, in the time of an override, of presenting people with our educated opinion and recommendation about this.
Thank you.
When this passes, I just want
okay.
to know what you're going to do about the tenants. Who's going to take care of them when the gun goes off, the ink is dry, and
That's a rhetorical question.
Well, I just would like you to think about it.
Yeah, thank you. We do. I do. There might be more comments or not. I'd love to move on, but.
I'll be quick, and I even wondered about getting up here. I'm Jim Carey, Guswood Road. A couple of comments and a question for clarification, because there's been a lot of discussion. I've been to a couple of the meetings, and I get more confused every time. The comments are, it's really hard to take an affirmative action moving forward. It's really easy to vote for more conservation land or to vote down change. It's really hard to make a step toward change. Everything I do from my little house on Guswood Road, I have to get in my car and drive. Everything. I would love to see our zoning rules change in addition to these proposed changes so that I get to walk more places and get more things that I need without having to get on the roads, without having to, even my electric car uses juice, right? So I would love to see some affirmative action taken, and I have not heard a reason that I won't vote yes on the proposal that's coming up next week. My question is just a clarification because I think I've heard this. I think I've heard that the zoning regulation does not change water regulations or groundwater regulations or wetlands or any of the other protections that we put against the ground. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Thank you so much, because that will make things easier for me.
Okay.
I support the decision you're going to make and just want to say I don't think the market forces are changed that much and that scare tactics have been used to make tenants worried when they shouldn't be worried. And I think that that's something that should be public knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, my. Okay. Matt, there's one person online.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tris W? Tris, you should be able to speak.
Good evening. Lucky I'm a night owl. Thank you. I'm actually sort of opposed to the MBTA plan, but there were a few comments that were made earlier in the evening. The first one was the presentation on the Prop 2.5 and how it relates to this rezoning plan. Is it possible that there could be an overlay of that slide that showed the impact of the budget and trying to meet numbers? If it's possible to do some sort of projection, with developments and rezoning, there's always going to be a maximum amount of what building is going to eventually be allowed in those new areas that are rezoned. You could certainly do a worst case scenario projection based on the availability of units, et cetera. There was another comment that was made earlier, I believe it was by a gentleman by the name of David, I'm not sure, but they had said, well, 10 units per acre, it's really not that scary. But if you're living in a house in a residential neighborhood that goes through this change, I would say that, yeah, that could be pretty scary for some people. For myself in particular, I'm actually a homebound disabled person. I became quite sick at a very young age, about 6 years ago. I am not afforded the accommodation to go to town meeting and vote, which is a struggle for me because I would like to have my voice heard. That being said, I did go to earlier meetings, presentations of the development plans, and I asked those questions at least 18 months ago to a year ago about water, traffic, height restrictions, impact on the historic district, wetlands, open space, light pollution, et cetera, parking, waterways, the river, all of those. Now, keep in mind, I'm not ignorant to all this. I used to be a commercial architect and I did a lot of design and development throughout Boston and 495 corridor, so I'm familiar with how these things go. I think it's absolutely necessary that part of this planning includes a full review whether or not these resources are available. I spoke to Eversource. They said that our infrastructure electricity-wise is totally outdated. I've gone into some of the outside committees that are working on the environment impacts, and this just doesn't seem like this aligns with so many of the things that the different committees have shared with me. So I do feel that there's a little bit more information that needs to be reviewed, as well as the impact of the finances, but also the environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tris. I think this is the point where, it's probably past the point, but it's the point as a chair where I say we're done with public comment. We're going to move on to the next agenda item. Okay. The next topic is called discussion of logistics for upcoming town meeting. And that's a topic that has a few parts to it. So let me get my notes up and see if I can wake up a little bit and go through some of these. Okay. First of all, well, the three things I'd like to cover are offering some time, if any members want, to review the concepts or words in their statements from the select board that they'll be stating at town meeting, in case anyone, particularly if they're talking about an article that didn't have a unanimous vote and they want to make sure they're, representing the thoughts reasonably. This is a chance to do that. Another would be, we have had some conversation about the Citizens Library trustee election process, so I want to talk that through together. And related, potentially, is just reviewing the order of items at the meeting. The moderator is in charge of that, along with town meeting members, but we may have a feedback for her about the proposed order. So with those three things in mind, are there members that want to review the concepts or words that they're planning to say at town meeting? Yes, Alyssa.
Thank you. So my article comments are for Article 12. So sorry, we're not done talking about it. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just wanted to let everybody know that I have included information about the public engagement process and the goals of the town and how this zoning change meets several goals of the town, that we noted many other barriers to development, that we are behind in the state for the number of housing that are needed. Housing supply in Acton is limited, and that other towns are complying, and we acknowledge concerns about displacement. What we didn't discuss, and I'm disappointed that I didn't even think to bring this up because I'm the liaison to the water district, is the water district's comments, which we heard about tonight. So I would like to mention that as well. It kind of goes along with the other barriers to multifamily development: wastewater, discharge capacity, water quality. I just want to make sure that if I mention that, that's copacetic with the rest of the board members.
Any concerns about that? No? Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's an issue on the table, and like you say, you can just represent it.
Okay, thanks.
I was going to review what I was going to say about the gas bylaw, but I went back and listened to the tape, and I think I'm very clear about the concerns that were expressed, and I'll be able to include those in my statement. Any other folks have statements that they? No? Okay. The next one, so the twin issues about the order of the items at the meeting and the Citizens Library trustee election process. And hey, we have Joanne here. Hi, welcome here. There may be questions. The last statement I saw was an email from Melissa about the potential of doing the Citizens Library elections. Oh, it wasn't from Melissa, sorry, it's from one of the candidates, suggesting that it would be better representing the sort of town's priorities to make sure we get that election done early on. And I just, I was curious about your thoughts about that and the board's thoughts about that.
So first of all, I will say, thanks for this opportunity. Joanne Berry, Town Moderator, for anyone who doesn't know. I think it will, so the main thing I want to make sure is we have the childcare from 6:30 to 9:30. And I know a lot of people are very concerned about being able to vote on the budget items. So I would like to skip over, start with choose town officers except the contested office, the West Acton Citizens Library. Go to town budget items, school assessments, both AB and Minuteman, and then do West Acton Citizens Library. And then take up the consent agenda, which normally doesn't take too much time, but everything eats up more minutes. And I have to respect the fact that people organize the childcare. It's teachers mostly, folks who work in the school. They have to get up and go to work in the next day. Everybody does, but, they spent all day with kids and now they're spending their evening with kids. We should do our best to be done by 9:30. And I will make that point at the meeting that's my intent. So yes, we want to hear from everybody, but if somebody already said a thing, just say, me too. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'm fine with that, yeah.
Okay. Understanding that this is up to you and I guess to town meeting members, if someone made a motion to rearrange things, there may be feedback from the select board members along the order of items. Yeah, Alyssa.
So I guess, thank you for that, Joanne. I guess what I am worried about is the amount of time that the Citizens Library trustee election would take if we have a minute from each candidate and then we do a clicker vote. We're not accepting public comment.
Right, yeah.
I wonder if that would be shorter than the time that would be taken up by a proposed, please take these items in a different order, and then the discussion around that. So if we're talking, I don't know how many minutes it takes us to use the clickers and get the tallies up, and then add 2 minutes for the speeches from the nominees.
Candidates, whatever.
Candidates, well, they are nominees, so.
Not unreasonable. Yeah, I was, like I said, I was really trying to make sure we get those budgets done and minutes get, you think, it seems short, but it adds up. So let me work with my numbers some more and see. And I do have to wonder, and this is a question on my part, and you all may not know the answer to this, but can the clicker votes happen quicker? Because, the voting process itself takes 30 seconds. We fire them up, then we vote, and then we wait. So, if that's how long it takes, that's how long it takes. But I just wonder if it could be done more quickly. And I have no idea.
Anybody here know information about the speed of processing?
Or if we do it more,
clicking data?
maybe it will just go faster because people get better at it. I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
okay. So yeah, I guess this is the wrong crowd to ask, I guess.
right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
the question's out there now.
yeah. And my impression, but I'm checking this out with you, is that an arrangement like this of, taking something out of order, you don't actually have a formal vote on that at meeting, do you? Do you just say, this is the way we're going to do it?
I can do that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so at least you don't have to take the time to have a
Right.
motion and the whole discussion. You just say, this is the way we're going to do it. Okay. That at least helps that not take so long. Other thoughts or questions about?
These are just ideas I'm throwing out. You could move all of Article 1 later and not try to split it up.
Well, except that we are voting for a deputy moderator who will, if there's more people than fill the auditorium, there will be people in the gym. So that person, Bill Mullen, has to be elected, yeah.
And lastly, at least in the draft timeframe that we received, the consent agenda was before the Citizens Library officers. I didn't know whether that might be reversed, so that we do the Citizens Library at 10 and.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but I do want to take Alyssa's comments into account. I was thinking of, doing all of the budgets and assessments up to Article
The Minuteman,
8.
which is.
Yeah, the Minuteman one, and then doing West Acton.
Okay.
And then consent.
Oh, okay, the list that we had shows consent and then West.
Right,
so
but then
the way you
it
just
did
said.
make more sense, once I heard some feedback on that, that was.
And
fine.
if some consent articles get held, it can be up to you or town meeting as to whether we take them the next night or that.
The only problem with that is, we found in the past when, like, back when Don McKenzie was moderator, they would get held out and then taken up in wherever they fell in the agenda. By that time, oftentimes, the person who held it wasn't there anymore. So you don't even know what the question was. And it could have been a good one. So I think it's better to just take them up right then, because then people's questions can, usually it's a question. People's questions could get answered on the spot and then take care of it.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I think the way you've split the meeting up makes a lot of sense. I know folks from CPC and others were really interested in the fact that they know for sure when that CPC article, which, that's about a 9-minute presentation. So it's great that it's going to be on the second night.
So on that, perhaps I should just say what the plan is, so people who haven't read your agenda. So the first night, do Article 1, as we said, with the exception of the West Acton citizen trustees. Do all the budget items, go back to the trustees, then the consent agenda. That, I am hoping, will take us to about 10:30, which I'll just point out right now, it's 11:05. Then start up the second night, following employee recognition, which will be brief, yes. We'll start with Article 9, CPC, and then go right into the zoning. And I think some of those articles we can dispose of fairly efficiently, and others, I know people have thoughts, and so we'll have to hear them. And there'll be some discussion, but I do want to keep us going right along so we can once again finish, hopefully, in the 10:30 range. Because, that's long you all just sat here tonight for more than that, so.
And we are not entirely alive at this point.
Exactly. And if I could just point out, the videos, I know somebody said some of this earlier, but we'll recap. The videos are online at ActonTV and YouTube, so please do check those out. If you need a ride to and from, be sure to call Crosstown Connect. The number is in the warrant and on the town website by Wednesday. And then if you want the childcare, call or email by Friday. And I've seen some questions online whether or not children will be allowed into the auditorium. Yes, we don't want more children than voters in there, but particularly if you have toddlers, younger than 4, because the minimum age is 4, or a child that just is not going to work in that environment, then that's fine. I will say that, and wouldn't be the first time that that's happened. I even brought my own kids one time, and we had to leave before the sewer vote came up because my 3-year-old was done. So I get it. It's a thing. So, and I think that was pretty much. Any more thoughts, questions?
Great.
All right.
Thanks. Well,
Perfect.
looking forward to town meeting.
I will see some of you on Wednesday.
Yeah, there's a pre-town meeting on Wednesday.
And that is, just to be clear, that's for folks who are presenting, just so that I'm clear on everything, and also answer any questions. Because once in a while, people do show up, and they're not quite sure what it is. But it's really for the presenters and for me to be better organized. So, thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, right before we get to approve amended town manager contract, I'd like to deal with the conflict of interest. That's item 17 on our agenda. This is about Christopher Brandon, who's a driver for the Acton Town Shuttle Service, and who has joined the Transportation Committee. We approved his membership, and it's been great to have him there. You know, he knows a lot about transportation. He did get warned that, you know, he should make sure to pay attention to the potential conflicts of interest. My initial take on that is that if the the Transportation Advisory Committee is an advisory committee. They're not actually, you know, deciding on the fate of you know, shuttles or shuttle drivers, but they do make recommendations. So my thought was that, you know, that Christopher and the committee pay attention to if they are developing a recommendation that involves, you know, changing the structure of the shuttle system, that he recuse himself from that particular conversation, but that he'd be you know, continue to be a fine member otherwise for the Transportation Advisory Committee. And I didn't know if that sat okay with the rest of the board, or whether they'd like an alternate statement on that, or what. Because I was just going to stick that in the appointing authority comments, which there's room for in the form. Any concerns, questions, thoughts? David?
So I'll just say I'm completely comfortable with this. In fact, considering that he's a driver and not a decision maker on the Crosstown Connect side, and he's not a decision maker on the town side either, I don't see any problem with him participating in the discussions. He might want to recuse himself from a vote, right? But I don't think he needs to leave the room during a discussion. In fact, I think it's valuable, right? I do agree with your point that they need to be conscious of this, right?
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I'm completely comfortable.
Great. And John, I was wondering if there was any town perspective on this, since he's not directly a town employee, but he's, you know, sort of in the town system, whether that you had any particular concerns?
No.
Great. Well, then, I would move that we, you know, approve this municipal employee financial interest, and including the determination that the financial interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the municipality may expect from the employee. And I'll add a comment about, you know, paying attention to votes on decisions that might impact the, you know, the number of shuttles.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments? No? All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
Yay, okay, that's unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, approving amended town manager contract. So we spent some time in executive session going over the contract, the proposed contract that John and I worked out. I'll just, now, but approving it is a matter of open session. And I'll summarize for people that once we approve, let's see, the process here is, assuming the vote is positive, we will then go ahead and finalize it. Like right now, it's in a redlined form. We need to, you know, make sure it's an actual document that can be signed. We'll get all our signatures, and then we'll make sure it's publicly available. But I can note that I think the number that makes a big difference there is that in the past, John has been getting both the step and cost of living increases that all other non-union municipal employees are eligible for, the 3.5% and the 2%. And this year we agreed on a simple 3.5%. And I thought that was it was helpful for John to be willing to, have his salary go up less than the maximum that would be suggested by, the way we deal with other municipal employees. Are there, so I would move that we approve the town manager contract that we reviewed in executive session. Are there any other comments or questions about that?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, now it's been moved and seconded, so there could be comments or questions. No? All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, now we've approved the amended town manager contract. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now I'm going to read the consent items, and I will hopefully remember to skip over 17. But please say something if you'd like a further discussion of any of these items. 15, appoint David Bakuti as an associate member to the Water Resources Advisory Committee with a term to end on June 30th, 2027. Appoint Nadia Burns as a full member to the Acton Dog Park Committee with a term to end on June 30th, 2027. 18, approve Farmers Market Winery License to Sell application, Aranap Sellers Acton Boxborough Farmers Market, June 16 through October 13, 2024, and November 24 at their special fall farmers market event, late fall, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. 19, approve Farmers Market Winery License to Sell application, House Bear Brewing, Acton Boxborough Farmers Market, June 16 through October 13, 2024, and November 24th, 2024, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And finally, approve these one-day alcoholic beverage license applications. Powder Mill Animal Hospital, June 14, 2024. Neshoba Valley Neighbors Club, Nara Park Patio Tent, June 22nd, 2024. Tactical Reintegration Project, Nara Park Picnic Tent, August 24th, 2024. And finally, Boston Area Gleaners, 77 Powder Mill Road, June 14, 2024.
I move to approve consent items 15, 16, and 18 through 20 inclusive.
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes. That's unanimous. Thank you. We have, considering the hour, we have a very, very brief meeting evaluation. Any thoughts? My main thought at first is I wish I had cut off discussion on the Finance Committee recommendation much earlier. It turned into a discussion of MBTA zoning, which is not what we needed. And this may be just about my last meeting of being chair at a big public meeting. So just want to say it's been awesome. I like running meetings. I did not do so well on all the details in between meetings. So I just want to acknowledge that as part of the eval, that there were lots of times when people wrote to me after agendas came out and said, you said you were going to put this item on, and I hadn't. So apologies for that, but it's been a good run.
I wanted to ask, when we are checking our committee member list, whether we need to send corrections to the clerk or IT, or maybe both?
John, any advice on changes to websites? Where would you like that to go?
You can send them to the manager's office. We'll take care of it.
Okay, great. I've seen people in the manager's office actually go on the website and change things live, so they have a lot of power.
Sounds good. And I also wanted to comment on our discussion of the Finance Committee's request. The folks are not here any longer, but maybe they'll watch this recording. Just like Fran, I want to reiterate that no one on the board said that the Finance Committee's informed view was not valuable. I just feel that the public engagement process has provided voters at town meeting with really good information on which to make a decision. So all that went along with that, the delay and the cost of a special town meeting, that was what I didn't think was a good trade-off. And I also think that the cost of growth analysis that they're interested in being part of or leading is a very valuable exercise, and I hope that that happens.
Very important to get your signature, and then Lisa, who knows all of us, will notarize it. But I think we don't actually have to like raise our hands and say we're doing this of our free will and deed, because you know us, and we know, you know we're doing this by our free will and deed. Okay, David?
So I just wanted to say, and I don't kind of agree with the way it turned out, but I'm a little bit sensitive to what Christie said at the end. They were trying to wait, the reason the way they didn't take those articles up earlier was because the planning board hadn't approved them earlier, so they weren't officially on the warrant. You know, I don't know if that's the best way for it to handle it, but I'm just saying that that's why they did it that way. You know, I'm not sure what to do about that, right? Because some of these things, you know, that they were asking for would take a long time, right, to figure out. So I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.